apps, your smartphone, Amazon Fire, Roku TV, and Apple TV. Game Day is brought to you by Logan Street Signs and Banners and Noblesville Trophies. Welcome to HCTV Sports Game Day. Welcome, I'm Brad Silbert. This is HCTV Sports Game Day. You'll see 4 exciting games on one screen. The live graphic will show which game you are watching. It's an IHSAA version of the Red Zone. You can watch on all IHSAA TV apps, your smartphone, Amazon Fire, Roku TV, and Apple TV. Game Day is brought to you by Logan Street Signs and Banners and Noblesville Trophies. Welcome to HCTV Sports Game Day. Welcome, I'm Brad Silbert. This is HCTV Sports Game Day. You'll see 4 exciting games on one screen. The live graphic will show which game you are watching. It's an IHSAA version of the Red Zone. You can watch on all IHSAA TV apps, your smartphone, Amazon Fire, Roku TV, and Apple TV. Game Day is brought to you by Logan Street Signs and Banners and Noblesville Trophies. Welcome to HCTV Sports Game Day. Welcome, I'm Brad Silbert. This is HCTV Sports Game Day. You'll see 4 exciting games on one screen. The live graphic will show which game you are watching. It's an IHSAA version of the Red Zone. You can watch on all IHSAA TV apps, your smartphone, Amazon Fire, Roku TV, and Apple TV. Game Day is brought to you by Logan Street Signs and Banners and Noblesville Trophies. Welcome to HCTV Sports Game Day. Welcome, I'm Brad Silbert. This is HCTV Sports Game Day. You'll see 4 exciting games on one screen. The live graphic will show which game you are watching. It's an IHSAA version of the Red Zone. You can watch on all IHSAA TV apps, your smartphone, Amazon Fire, Roku TV, and Apple TV. Game Day is brought to you by Logan Street Signs and Banners and Noblesville Trophies. Welcome to HCTV Sports Game Day. Welcome, I'm Brad Silbert. This is HCTV Sports Game Day. You'll see 4 exciting games on one screen. The live graphic will show which game you are watching. It's an IHSAA version of the Red Zone. You can watch on all IHSAA TV apps, your smartphone, Amazon Fire, Roku TV, and Apple TV. Game Day is brought to you by Logan Street Signs and Banners and Noblesville Trophies. Welcome to HCTV Sports Game Day. Welcome, I'm Brad Silbert. This is HCTV Sports Game Day. You'll see 4 exciting games on one screen. The live graphic will show which game you are watching. It's an IHSAA version of the Red Zone. You can watch on all IHSAA TV apps, your smartphone, Amazon Fire, Roku.
Hello, welcome to the pregame show. I'm Colin Bruns, joined by Nathaniel Finch. Today we have Western Boone and Southridge fighting for a spot at Lucas Oil Stadium in the state title game. Eastbrook is the first team in 2A to reach the state final game, and now one of these teams will be looking to join them. Will it be Southridge, who is coming off their first state championship in school history just last season, or will it be Western Boone, who is looking to capitalize on a perfect season and do what hasn't been done in 30 years, which is bring a state title to this community?
Both teams are sporting some of the best offenses in the state, with Western Boone averaging 42 points per game and Southridge averaging 37.6. But the real key to the game will be the defense. Western Boone's defense is giving up a mere 7 points per game, while Southridge is surrendering around 18 points per game, while giving up 27 through the last 3 weeks. Southridge is a very lethal weapon in the running back Tucker Shonk, who missed 6 games this season with a back injury, but still set their career record for rushing and career record for points scored. They'll be happy to have him back in today's game.
Shonk ran for 161 yards and 2 touchdowns in his last game against Paoli, which was a wild shootout ending in a 42-35 victory for Southridge. As for Western Boone, they are coming off a slugfest win against number 2 ranked Cecina, who outlasted the Stars last season in the regional and were defeated by Southridge 24-7 in the semi-state game. Junior linebacker Brett Wethington stepped in for senior running back Cruz Washington, who went down with a leg injury and carried the ball 17 times en route to a 173-yard, 2-touchdown performance. Western Boone will be looking to carry that momentum into today's game.
The Western Boone defense is also looking to carry momentum of their own after holding Cecina's offense scoreless in the second half. The final was 19-7, with Western Boone taking home their first regional title in 20 years.
The battle for the state championship continues here at Western Boone High School. It's number 9 Southridge versus number 1 Western Boone right here on WBTV Sports. Now we go to Witham Health Field for the broadcast of today's game.
Well, hello here and welcome to Witham Health Field, the 2A South Semi-State Championship here on WBTV Sports. I'm Colin Bruns alongside Nathaniel Finch, your play-by-play and color commentator. Western Boone comes into this one 13-0, while the Raiders come in at 10-3. Of course, the Raiders coming off last year's state championship, their first title in program history. And we're ready to get this one underway, Nathaniel. It's looking like it's going to be a good matchup here. And I mean, right now we got the captains out. We got Peyton Young for Western Boone, number 18. Number 2, Devin Weekley, the leading tackler on the team. Patrick Schallenberger swatted 3 passes away last game against Cecina. And the big guard, number 56, Sam Wilkinson. The team captains for Western Boone coming out. Shake hands with the Southridge Raiders captains. They're at midfield. We got a fresh 12 minutes on the clock. We're just about ready to get this one started here. And Nathaniel, tell me about this matchup between these two quarterbacks.
Well, Spencer Wright comes into the game right now. He's been phenomenal in 2A, very efficient so far in the year. He has 104 completions, 161 attempts, 1,825 yards. Always mess that one up. 64.6% completion percentage, which is good enough. That's higher than the record right now. The record for completion percentage in a season is held by Drew Pearson. Broke that in 2007, and right now it's 63.5. So he's a whole percentage above that. So unless he falls off the rails here this game, then he'll be able to hold the record by the end of the year.
Yeah, and the sophomore quarterback coming in for Southridge, Colson Montgomery, 63 of 154 for 984 yards with 13 touchdowns to his total through the air. On the ground, he gets it done. 110 carries for 1,092 yards and 18 touchdowns. He averages 9.9 yards per carry. And here comes the Southridge Raiders kick return team. They're out on the field. And the Western Boone kick team is out there ready to send it away. Peyton Young, the kicker, and the senior safety, has been stepping into that kicker role throughout his varsity career.
Even though this Western Boone team has scaled back the passing game, they're relying more on their running backs this year. Spencer Wright still has 24 touchdowns and only 4 interceptions on the year. The record for touchdowns in a season is 26, set by this last championship team in the 1988. And that, right now, he's only 2 touchdowns away from tying the record right now. Quarterback rating of 132 on the year.
Yeah, we got the whole crowd pumped up here. Of course, the Western Boone Student Section won the Channel 13 Operation Football Spirit Award, and they'll get a concert here at Western Boone for that one. But right now, we got a football game to play. Peyton Young has it teed up, ready to go here. And we're about to get set here from Witham Health Field. There's Peyton Young. He chip shots this one right inside the 30. It's caught, and it will be taken back. And diving his way forward, that's number 14. We're going to see who it is, Brad Springer. Brad Springer, the junior, with the return. He sets up Southridge's offense, 1st and 10 at the 34. Good coverage right there. And we're going to take a look at the starting lineups for the offense. Number 2, Colson Montgomery, the sophomore quarterback, being scouted by Indiana and Nebraska for baseball. So you know he's got the arm. Coming to this one standing at 6'5", 185 pounds. And right there they go split backfield with a tight end to the right side of Colson. Here's Montgomery, hands off, and a nice run there by number 8. That's Tucker Shank. It'll be good to have him back. He was dealing with a back injury, which put him out for 6 games.
Now they have on that starting lineup overlay that Cole Calvert is starting at running back. That is incorrect because he suffered a concussion last week, so he will not be playing today. Let's show this defense of starters for Western Boone, led by Weekley and Wethington in the middle of the field. Outside, you had Logan Benson was the defensive player of the game last week against Cecina. He held his own against Cecina's best receiver, David Baker.
Yeah, he shut him down and kept Cecina's offense in check. Right here they go to the outside. Almost got him right there. And the defense for Western Boone swarms to the line of scrimmage to bring down Tucker Shank.
Dietz Holdorf almost got him in the backfield, and Holdorf, the first-year starter, has made a name for himself in the backfield. He has 19.5 tackles for a loss and 4.5 sacks, leads the team in both of those categories, and he's been very dominant getting past the defensive line and into the backfield.
This offense, Southridge, coached by Scott Boyning. He's 58-18 in his career. And right here, Southridge facing a 3rd down and 7 with the ball on the 37-yard line. In the first quarter right here to go, 10:36. Here's Montgomery rolling out to his right side. Pressure coming. Andrew Maxey gets a hand on him. He escapes. Montgomery throws on the run. His receiver falls down. It's incomplete.
Wow, that was very good job in the backfield, dancing around, evading pressure, throws a pass to number 11, who would have, if he caught it, that would have been a 1st down, but instead bringing up 4th and long.
That was Garrett Vogel who tried to get the reception. Andrew McAtee, the outside linebacker for Western Boone, came screaming in there off the edge. He nearly got him for a loss. But right here, Western Boone holds strong on defense, forcing the 3 and out. And Peyton Young is back to return this punt. The ball is marked on the 37-yard line. Nice snap right here, and the punt is away. Nice spiraling kick. Peyton Young calls for a fair catch right at the 36. Western Boone's offense, their prolific offense, averaging 42 points per game coming in to begin their series. Looking at this season for Western Boone, 13-0 coming off a regional win. And looking at their starting lineup, Spencer Wright, the quarterback, along with Cruz Washington, who is dealing with a hamstring bruise, was questionable coming into this game, but he is going to be out there. Behind that big offensive line of Michael Rice and Sam Wilkinson, the 2 big guards. And there goes Kernodle in motion. Right, clean pocket, going to the air early, reaching for Joe Hendricks, and oh, it falls incomplete right at the 30.
That's just more of what's going to come today. Is this Western Boone team is going to be very aggressive, throwing it deep, throwing them far past the yard mark. And there, I mean, that one went incomplete, but we're going to see quite a few of those that are going to result in huge plays tonight, Colin. Same with Southridge.
Well, right there, Wright tossed it into double coverage. Not sure that was the best choice. This defense for Southridge is pretty good at defending the pass. Right here, Washington is going to get the call, breaking his way up the middle and muscling his way forward before he's chopped down close to the 1st down marker. Right down at the 46-yard line, a good spot, and it moves the chains for Western Boone. 1st down.
So you mentioned that it wasn't a very good idea to throw into double coverage. What it looked like to me, and I know we've seen this play a few times, is it was a direct snap to right, and then he tossed it, as soon as he got it in his hands, tossed it up to the speedy receiver without looking at any other. Such as a designed play for Hendricks.
Here's Washington with the carry. Washington gets a couple of yards out of that play, probably about 3. It's going to set up 2nd down. And a nice move there by the offensive line of Western Boone. That's really all you need, 3 yards a pop.
Washington started out the week in crutches, and now he's playing with an expected full workload. It's a very impressive turnaround from him after suffering that leg injury.
Yeah, he was talking about how that leg was bothering him on Monday. But right now, and there's a flag that comes in, and we're going to see what happens. Yeah, it looks like it's probably going to be a sideline warning. Yep, it will be going against Western Boone. Yep.
So Cruz Washington averaging 10.2 yards per carry. There he gets a few. It was 3.5 yards there on that carry, but he's used to getting here 10 yards a carry because of all the big gains he gets. His longest gain on the ground was 74 yards. He's had a few of them close to that.
Here's Wright. Tosses it opposite side. That's caught by Benson. First down for Western Boone. And he is tackled down by number 14, Brad Springer, before he gets inside the 40.
Benson, number 25, that's his 25th reception. He's number 13, so that was reception number 25, over 400 yards, 17.6 yards a catch, and 5 touchdowns on the year. He has a long of 54, and he's used to getting those first down gains. They've gotten to him a lot past the chains.
Here's Washington, works his way up the left side. Now he sprints through the defense, up into the secondary, down inside the 35-yard line. Outside the 25, excuse me.
This offense moving the ball at will, getting this crowd cheered up, getting the noise going here on a Saturday afternoon. Not used to what they're playing with, but they had to accommodate for Southridge's plans. They couldn't travel 3 hours on a Friday night, so they had to reschedule the game for 2 o'clock today. Right now, fireworks on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, right here is Wright on 1st and 10. He's got a clean pocket, but pressure is coming. He's going to have to get rid of it. Steps up and he escapes. Washington, actually Wright sidesteps our defender. He's going to go down. Wow. Wright with the evade and a lot of elusiveness for him, but he finally goes down. And the defense for Southridge just stayed home, and they got him dropped down.
That was a designed bubble screen for Cronulla. Cronulla kicked out to the right side, standing about the 30-yard line, waiting for the catch, and he had a guy close to him, but Wright kept moving, making his. He didn't like the receiver. Didn't look like he was that open, so he was kind of just moving around with his legs, and Cronulla wasn't very happy with that.
Here's Wright. On 2nd and long, pressure coming again. He rolls out to the left side. He's going to have to throw on the run. He does. Oh, and Joe Hendricks can't make the one-handed grab. It's incomplete. Would have been a first down, and he was wide open, but Wright had to adjust his body and make a sort of baseball throw to try and grab it.
We've seen a lot of pressure already from the Southridge defensive line. Last week, Southridge had 0 sacks against the Paoli Rams. They only had 1 quarterback hurry, and here they already have a sack and a hurry tonight.
Well, now we're facing 3rd down and 15 with the ball on the 28-yard line. They go spread pistol formation. Joe Hendricks in the slot to the left side. Here's Wright. Throws, caught on the sideline, out of bounds. Right there, Luke Kernodle, the big tight end, to make the reception for close to the first down marker, just a yard short.
That was a great job by him, keeping his feet inside bounds and reaching out of bounds to grab the catch. And as I mentioned earlier, Southridge with 16.5 sacks on the year. Western Boone's at 29, so almost double that.
So right here, Brett Wethington, the big linebacker, will step in. And right there, they're going to get a flag, and they're going to get a first down. Western Boone draws the play fake. They bring in Wethington with that heavy run style, and they don't even run a play. They get the first down.
They brought in Schallenberger, Wethington, and Hull, and they're all going out being subbed back in for the starters from earlier. And that was a nice play call. Or they didn't really call a play, but that was just a nice little play fake from Coach Pelly.
Yeah, Coach Pelly likes to do those fakes, and right there they got Southridge to jump on it.
Whether it's a fake, a read option, just they do about everything on this offense, and it's worked this year.
Well, let's see what they do here. They're in the spread formation with Washington in the backfield. Man in motion, that's Kernodle to the left side. Here's Wright, quick pass out of the backfield, caught by 87 Noah McClendon, and there is a flag that goes down. They stop the play. We'll see what happens. Might be either be an illegal motion or a false start. It's a false start against the offense, so it'll set them back 5 yards. So what was a first down and 9, now be a first down and 14.
And we've seen that quite a bit throughout the year. These penalties Western Bruin's been able to overcome them, but they've had a lot of penalties on the year, and that's something that they got to keep in mind coming into this game, that they got to scale back all these penalties.
Well, here we go. First and goal at the 14-yard line. Here's Wright after that penalty. Drops back, pressure coming, escapes to the right side. Now steps up, now he's going to run. Wright breaks away, leads to the end zone, touchdown, Western Boone! Spencer Wright hurdles his way into the end zone to put 6 on the board.
That didn't take long to get points on the board, and that's just what we're going to be seeing all game. It's what we've seen all year, Colin. These guys, they come out on their first drive, and they pop 6 up on the board, sometimes 7 if they can get this extra point going.
Here's Mitch Miller, the holder, and Elliott Young, the kicker, to set the PAT. Western Boone's defense held Southridge to a 3-and-out on the first drive, and with 7:42 left here in the first quarter, Wright dives his way into the end zone from 14 yards out. Here's a snap, and it's up, and that is good. Western Boone takes a 7-0 lead here at their home stadium, Witham Health Field.
Here's the replay, Colin.
Yeah, look at that. He just evaded the linebacker, and he just steps up, one-hands it, and then rolls his way into the end zone.
Nice little flip to get past the defenders into the end zone. That is Wright's 8th touchdown run of the year, and he's been very efficient on the ground. 73 attempts, 400 yards, 5.5 yards a carry. And he's just, it's hard to cover a dual-threat quarterback, Colin.
Yeah, I mean, just averages about 30.8 yards per game on the run. His longest run's 47 yards. Like I said, 8th touchdown on the year for him. It's 24 passing. Right there, that puts him at 32 touchdowns total.
And that 47-yard touchdown, it was a touchdown here a couple weeks ago, is on this side of the field on Witham Health, and he just took off to the right side. He made a deep play fake and just took off running, hurdled a defender into the end zone, much like he did here.
Here's Peyton Young ready to set it up at the 40, close to the far side hash mark. Last time on the return, it was Brad Springer who brought it out. Here's Young ready to set it up.
Springer's been contributing to his team on the ground. He's got 48 rushing attempts, 222 yards, and 2 touchdowns here on the year.
Well, right there, a nice chip shot kick by Peyton Young right here, and a nice return for Southridge to get close to the 30-yard line. On that return, number 8, Tucker Shank. Shank will go down short of the 30. He'll set up a 1st and 10 for Colson Montgomery and company.
Now he fielded that at about the 15-yard line, took it out to where it is now inside the 30, and it looked like he tripped right at the last second. He was about to make a cut, so they'll start Southridge with the 1st and 10 here inside their own 30.
Colson Montgomery hasn't thrown for 100 yards more than once in this postseason. The only time he threw for 100-plus yards was last week's win over Paoli. Right here, there's Shank on the outside, and he's going to go down in the backfield. Wow, what a swarm by the defense. Dietz Holdorf was back there to drop him down, and so was Andrew McAtee, the outside linebacker's first year with Western Boone.
Last week, McAtee had a few passes defended. Him and Schallenberger combined for 5 or 6 passes defended off the D-line. They just, once they were engaged on their guy, they saw the ball was up, they reached their hand up, and they had 4 or 5 pass deflections between the two of them.
And the center for Southridge is already at the line of scrimmage awaiting his team. Here they go. Let's see what Western Boone decides to do on defense. Actually, no, it's the quarterback, Montgomery. He swarmed at the line of scrimmage again. This Western Boone defensive front is all over it. Somebody stripped the ball away from Montgomery, but they're going to give them possession anyway. Southridge will keep it, but that's going to set up a long 3rd down.
I mentioned Dietz Holdorf's proficiency in the backfield. This whole team, the team as a whole, the Stars defense has 145 tackles for loss coming into the game. They've increased that total so far. So they live in this backfield for opposing defenses, and it's hard to run the ball when you got guys in your face as soon as it's in your hands.
145 tackles for loss coming into this one. The Western Boone defensive front is stingy. Here's Montgomery rolling out. Throws down the middle of the field. Right there is Logan Benson to make the interception. Logan Benson picks it off. Down inside the 45.
Contested catch right in between the two, and he just reaches out and snags the ball. Great play by Benson, puts the ball in this firework offense for Western Boone, trying to throw the ball into the Stars.
Last week, Colson Montgomery threw an interception, but he also threw 2 touchdown passes, and already right here, this Western Boone defense is smothering the offense of Southridge.
Defensive player of the week from last year gets the pick. We'll take a look at the highlight right here.
Unbelievable athleticism. He covers the route well one-on-one. He covered the best receiver last week, and right here he just makes the cradle catch.
What made that so successful was the pressure.
Here is right. Wide open is Joe Hendricks. Hendricks tucks the football. He breaks away. He's gone. Touchdown, Joe Hendricks. 1 play later. Wow.
Just 6 minutes left. This is 6 minutes into the game, and already the score at 13-0 pending this extra point. And the pressure, as I started to say before this, Hendricks went for the big gain. The pressure was what made this touchdown possible. This defense got pressure on Montgomery. Montgomery threw the ill-advised pass, caused a turnover, and then the huge play. Take a look at the replay right here.
Look at this. Hendricks had almost double coverage on the outside. He just runs the wheel route. And right there, he beats the defenders, still moves his legs forward. He breaks the tackles, and the defenders don't even finish it off. Right there, the extra point is good. Western Boone with a 14-0 lead with 6 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Credit to the defensive effort right there by Logan Benson to set him up for the touchdown.
Western Boone's been averaging 14 points in the first quarter so far in the year, and here they already have 14. Last week, their first half was scoreless, and they're already sitting here with 14 points in the first quarter.
And this crowd is definitely fired up after last night, finding out they were the Operation Football Spirit Award winners. And they're making it known here. This crowd is immense on the sideline for Western Boone, and so is the Southridge crowd. I mean, they've had a pretty good traveling bunch, Nathaniel, especially for being about 2.5, 3 hours away.
Yeah, and you can see the line. They're all lined up against the fence from the left screen from the left of your screen to the right of your screen. They have a lot of people out here as well.
Oh yeah, they still believe in their Raiders, who came away with their first state title in program history last year. And right here, PY, Peyton Young, has it set up. Heard that he's going to sign with the University of Southern Indiana on Monday to play baseball. So a couple of baseball players here battling it out. Here we go. Here's Young. He sends this one high in the air right here, looking for a fair catch. He takes it. That's number 5, Chase Taylor, called for the fair catch right at the 30-yard line.
Chase Taylor's going to fill in for the starting running back Cole Calvert, since Calvert went down for an injury. So Taylor's going to step into his role here in the running back of the offense. And as you mentioned, Peyton Young coming in, and he's going to be signing with USI this Monday. Just a shout out to Maddie Jones, the basketball player, signed with Davenport yesterday. Davenport in Michigan.
Well, right here we go. Here's Montgomery, 1st and 10. The ball on the 30. Steps his leg, and he steps up right there. Nice tackle by Josh Benson on the outside, quickly bringing down Brad Springer. Wow. This defense is smothering him so far. Looking at Josh Benson.
That's his 10th tackle for a loss, Colin. He's got 3 sacks on the year. He has 70 total tackles, 40 solo, and 30 assisted. They're at the outside linebacker position at the bottom of your screen.
He led the team in sacks the first half of the year with 3. Since then, been passed up. He also had an interception in the sectional championship game. Montgomery empties out the backfield. Right here, they go back to the other side, and wow, what a tackle by Dietz Holdorf. Dietz Holdorf, the big defensive tackle for Western Boone, coming in there to drop the reverse.
There's another tackle for a loss that brings Holdorf's total to over 20 on the year. And this Southridge offense isn't able to do a whole lot when there's so many Western Boone guys in the backfield every single play.
Wow, this defense has been smothered right now, facing a 3rd down and 19 after facing 3rd down and 13 on their last drive, which resulted in an interception. This crowd chanting defense. Here we go. Here's Montgomery. Drop back to pass. It's a screen. Oh, the ball's batted in the air, and it's broken up, incomplete. Schallenberger was there, and so was Brett Wethington, the junior linebacker, to break it up. Schallenberger adds another batted pass to his total.
There's a flag thrown on the play after the play call, and Wethington was in there. He went and helped break up the pass. He did have a pick six in about this same field territory against Frankfurt earlier in the year. It was just thrown right into his arms, and he took off for maybe 10 yards for a touchdown. And that almost happened here had he have been able to get his hands on the ball.
They give him a 15-yard penalty. It still will be third down, I believe. But right now it's going to be about third down and 4, third down and 5.
They will not give him the automatic first down, so they'll be fourth down.
Yeah, it'll be fourth down because the penalty occurred after the play, so this still sets up a very big punting situation here for Southridge. Here's the punter is out, number 5, Chase Taylor, and the timeout's taken. Well, 4:22 to go here in the first quarter. Western Boone leads 14-0. We'll take a timeout as well.
Question. When you walk into the boardrooms of the most successful companies here in Indiana, who do you meet? Answer. Men and women who played high school sports. Education-based high school sports give us more than athletes we can root for. They give us leaders we can depend on. Question. So where will we find tomorrow's leaders? Answer. High school sports.
This message presented by the Indiana High School Athletic Association and the Indiana Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
And welcome back here to Witham Health Field. Western Boone took a timeout, and they're facing a 4th down and 5. Southridge got that penalty. I'm Colin Bruns alongside Nathaniel Finch. Let's see what happens here. Peyton Young goes back out to what looks like a return, a punt. And we'll see what Southridge decides to do here. They're facing 4th down and 5 with the ball in the 35. They're going to bring out the punting formation. Chase Taylor. Last week, Western Boone had a punting situation that turned into a fake, and they picked it off. Right here, a nice spiraling kick in the air. Down inside the 30. Peyton Young is going to return this one. He gets a block. Now tries to cut the middle of the field, turns around, and he runs into a wall of Southridge defenders. Well, it sets up 1st down and 10 for Western Boone on the opposite side of the 30. They got about 70 yards to go.
Yeah, 4 minutes left in the quarter. Already have 2 touchdowns in the game. We'll see what the game plan here is for Western Boone. I'd imagine they're going to stay with the plan and throw heavy into the air, mix it up with some runs with Washington.
Southridge came into this one looking at the rushing stats with 3,662 yards on 489 carries. They average about 7.5 yards per carry. And right now, Western Boone's defense is just making them go backwards. Here's Wright on 1st and 10. He's going to loft it down the sideline to the other side of the field. And this one's intercepted. Intercepted by Southridge. That's number 6, Joe LaGrange with the pick.
The Southridge team that was intended for Logan Benson, that is, and they get revenge. Benson was the one with the interception earlier, and that's just double covered was Benson. Threw it right in there. He was trapped at the sideline and was not able to come down with it.
That is Spencer Wright's 2nd interception throughout these playoffs. He had 1 last week and now 1 this week.
So here's the interception that just happened here, right? There wasn't a whole lot of pressure, and he just threw one to the back corner, and it was just right into the hands, right into the breadbasket of the other guy.
Well, you know what,
with a nice pick.
You know what that shows you? He really trusts his receiver to throw it into double coverage like that. Usually he wouldn't make that decision, but right here's Montgomery on 1st and 10 from the 42. He's going to take it himself, and he runs into a brick wall. Maybe gets a yard or 2 out of it, maybe back to the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 2nd down and 10, though.
See, what's impressive about the interception from Wright is that this is his 14th game. It's only his 5th interception. Colin's very good at taking care of the ball. He's got 26 touchdowns. That's 25 touchdowns, and just very efficient here on the ground.
Well, here we go. Let's see what Scott Bwenning and company decide to do. Scott Bwenning and Justin Pelly, the head coach of Western Boone, were both college They were both college teammates at Hanover College. And right there, another batted pass at the line. That's Josh Benson right there to put two hands up and swat it away.
Yeah, these two guys, the two head coaches, are good friends, but I'm sure they put all that behind them here on the game, looking to knock the other one out of the playoffs.
Justin Pilley, of course, was the quarterback at Hanover College. I'm not sure what position Scott Boynning played, only knowing that they're teammates.
Well, you can tell the way that Spencer Wright's been performing throughout his career. He's on pace to set most of the career records at Western Boone. You can see that he's got a nice offensive-minded coach.
Here's third down. Back to pass. Montgomery throwing on the run down the sideline. That one's broken up, incomplete.
Holdorf, Weekly, Schallenberger all in the backfield, and they put Montgomery on his back.
That's Logan Benson right there with his second pass breakup. He has an interception already, and he swats that one away. Playing one-on-one coverage back there. He had some help with Connor Hull, the safety.
And they're about to bring the punt team in. Montgomery goes to the sideline here on 4th and 10.
Scott Boynning and Justin Pilley both took over their respective programs in 2013. They've done very well.
Each of them have over 50 wins.
And another punt. Southridge, and right here is Young. And right there, the Southridge defender had to avoid Young. He made the catch and made the fair catch, so that sets up a 1st and 10 once again off the turnover for Western Boone.
Yeah, just a tad bit of contact would have resulted in a penalty, but he did a good job evading that contact, jumps out of the way, and keeps the penalty and keeps the flag on the belt of that ref.
Last week, the Western Boone defense allowed a touchdown in the second quarter to Cecina, and then after that, they went into the locker room and defensive coordinator Travis Bruns made a few adjustments, and they held Cecina scoreless in the second half. They came away with a 19-7 win at Roncalli High School. Here's Washington is in the backfield. Here's Wright, gets the snap, and Washington has a lot of wide open room. Gets across the 45. He's going to go down right at the 46. What a run there by Cruz Washington to bring up first down.
That's just more of what we've been seeing here throughout the whole year. Washington routinely up the middle between his center, his guard, or his tackle, and just runs right in front of his line, gets past, turns on the jets, and gets a big gain.
Here's Washington again with the carry. He jumps inside, and he'll get a couple out of this one, but runs into a big brick wall for the Southridge defense. Getting in there into the mix, number 9, Logan Seeger, is right there to chop him down at the shins. Well, let's see what they decide to do here on 2nd down and 9 on balls on the 47-yard line. They go spread formation. They got 2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side with Washington in the backfield. Here's Wright. Handoff once again to Washington. Dives forward, and he's going to go down. Brought down by 61 of the defense, Ben Hudson, the big defensive lineman.
Washington exploding through that hole right before the ball was snapped. You could see him slowly inching toward, ready to turn on the jets as soon as the ball got in his hands.
Looked like Washington was down with a leg injury. He had a little bit of trouble with the leg earlier, but he pops right back up. So a little bit of a breathing moment there for Washington and everybody here at Western Boone.
Yeah, he was slow to get up. As soon as he got up, he kind of jumped on his leg funny, but it looks like he's good now.
And right here, quick pass out of the backfield. Caught on the slant route by Logan Benson across the 40. That picks up a 1st down.
That's another one. That's number 26 for Logan Benson, but there's a flag on the play.
And there is, a penalty coming in. Let's see what happens.
As the refs are discussing right now on the 40-yard line. Looks like it'll be a personal foul, but we'll wait for the call.
Well, we talked to offensive coordinator Jamie Comer, and yep, it goes on the defense. That's a personal foul. And like I was saying, we talked to the offensive coordinator for Western Boone, Jamie Comer. He stepped into this offensive coordinator role this year after being a defensive back coach, and he's done well with this offense. 42 points per game, all throughout 13 games.
Yeah, and they've put up over 3,400 yards on the ground. Another almost 2,000 through the air, so they've been very proficient on offense this year.
And a timeout for Southridge with 1:39 to go in the first quarter, and Western Boone dominating this one defensively. We'll take a timeout as well. You're listening to
The debate about sports specialization by high school athletes continues. Some argue that high school athletes who play one sport all year long have a better chance of landing a lucrative pro contract. But that's simply not true. In fact, 30 of the 32 first-round picks in last year's NFL draft played more than one sport in high school. Of the 32 players drafted, 22 also participated in high school track and field. 19 also played basketball. Some also played baseball and lacrosse. What's the path to success for high school athletes here in Indiana, no matter what their goals might be? Study hard, always do your best, and if you can, play more than one sport in high school. This message presented by the Indiana High School Athletic Association and the Indiana Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
And welcome back here to Western Boone High School. I'm Colin Bruns, the play-by-play commentator, alongside Nathaniel Finch, the color commentator. Bringing you the action here. Right here is Cruz Washington, sidesteps a defender, and he will be chopped down inside the 20-yard line. That puts them inside the red zone after the personal foul penalty against Southridge.
That'll give him 5 yards. As we mentioned earlier, that's half of what Washington's used to. He's averaging 10 yards a carry, and most of those are coming off of these big 50, 60, 70-yard gains he's had throughout the year. Washington's going up the middle.
There's Washington again. He sandwiches his way through 2 defenders, and he's finally brought down. That's Hudson again with the tackle. Looking at Washington's numbers, he's dealing with a hamstring bruise coming into this one, along with a kneecap bruise. 87 carries for 891 yards. He averages about 74.3 yards per game. He's had 3 games with 100-plus rushing yards and 13 touchdowns on the year for him. Here's Washington, leaks out of the backfield, going to that bunch set. Oh, and one of the Western Boone players jumped a little bit earlier right there. That was Joe Hendricks, and that's going to be a false start. Boy.
Hendricks has done that a few times this year, anticipating the snap a little bit too early and just jumps a tad bit off sides, and they call him. That'll move him back.
Well, that's just a heartbreaker right there on 3rd down. So what was close to the first down, what was 3rd down and 4, is now 3rd down and 9, right at the 22.
And that negates the 5-yard gain that was just gained by Washington.
14-0 score here, 38 seconds left to go. Here's Wright in the pistol. Drops back, rolls back to his right. He's got pressure coming, pumps once, fires, and that one is complete to Luke Kernodle, the tight end, inside the 10-yard line. First down for Western Boone.
Great job. That's excellent vision by Wright, and he just looks and hits his open receiver on the ground for a first.
Hold on, Nathaniel. I see a flag down right at the line of scrimmage.
That's
for
true,
Western Boone.
right in between all the players.
Let's see what they're going to call this one. Looks like it's going to be against Weibo. Yeah, legal man down the field, it looks like. That's what I'm hearing. Still no call yet.
Still kind of waiting for the call. Here we go.
Yep, the legal man down the field. Still 3rd down.
Now I'm sure you guys can hear all the voices in the background. We have 2 other radio stations here along with our TV station here in this small box. We're on the right side of the box, and you can hear a lot of talking in the background, so we apologize for that.
Well, we'll turn from a 3rd down and 4 to a 3rd down and 9. It's now going to set all the way back. The first down marker is sitting right at, looks like the 14-yard line. And the ball is spotted at the 28.
I bet they go to the end zone on this one.
There we go, right. Fires opposite side, caught by Peyton Young. He's got a screen up ahead. Young bursting his way forward, breaks another tackle, lowers his shoulder down inside the 5. Peyton Young, the safety, comes in and plays slot receiver, and another flag is down on the field.
That's a killer. We'll wait to see who this is against, but this is against Western Boone. That's just a heartbreaker. 2 consecutive first down pickups that will be brought back. That's holding against Western Boone. That's devastating for this team.
Wow.
And this crowd is not liking it.
It went inside the 10, then inside the 5, and now it's going to go back even farther on 3rd down. How many third downs can you convert, Nathaniel?
Yeah, no kidding, and you can't convert any if your line's just going to keep getting these silly penalties.
Jeez, 3 straight penalties. One off a screen pass, the other one off a nice vision catch by Luke Kernodle.
Now there was the screen pass that resulted in the first Western Boone touchdown last week to Luke Kernodle on the right side of the field. That I've heard by a lot of people, there was some of the IHSCA guys, they were saying that's the best screen pass they've seen in high school football, and it was executed to perfection, and that really changed the momentum in the game. That's a big reason why Western Boone is playing on this field today.
Well, that's the end of the first quarter here. Western Boone facing a 3rd down and 23 when we come back. More after this here on WBTV Sports.
Question. When you walk into the boardrooms of the most successful companies here in Indiana, who do you meet? Answer. Men and women who played high school sports. Education-based high school sports give us more than athletes we can root for. They give us leaders we can depend on. Question. So where will we find tomorrow's leaders? Answer. High school sports.
This message presented by the Indiana High School Athletic Association and the Indiana Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
And welcome back here to Western Boone High School. I'm Colin Bruns, joined by Nathaniel Finch, play-by-play commentator and color commentator. And we're going to go to the opposite side of the field now. Western Boone up 14-0 with 12 minutes left to go in the second quarter, beginning underway. And 3 straight penalties for the Stars have set them back to a 3rd down and 23. They picked up 2 first downs in a row, but flags negated those, so that now they're facing a long 3rd down conversion, and it'll be a miracle if they get this one. Their offense, though, we've seen Nathaniel's capable of getting these long conversions. A lot of these plays go for big yards.
I mean, yeah, we've got rushes of 71, 74, 53. There were 2 people. Brown and Hendricks had a 53-yard rush, so they're good on the ground. They also have passing yards of 60. It was the long 54, 30.
Oh, look at this. It's a reverse. Back to Wright. Wright's going to throw.
He's got him
open. Caught by Joe Hendricks. It's caught right at the 15.
Much needed change of quarters. They can get there and scheme up this awesome play, the double reverse and the pass that gets them right next to the first down marker.
And let's see, somebody went down. It looks like Hendricks got hit right in the stomach as he made the catch. And also a Southridge Raider is down as well, right where the 4th down marker is sitting. So we're going to take a timeout here as well. You're listening to high school football here on WBTV Sports.
The debate about sports specialization by high school athletes continues. Some argue that high school athletes who play one sport all year long have a better chance of landing a lucrative pro contract. But that's simply not true. In fact, 30 of the 32 first-round picks in last year's NFL draft played more than one sport in high school. Of the 32 players drafted, 22 also participated in high school track and field. 19 also played basketball. Some also played baseball and lacrosse. What's the path to success for high school athletes here in Indiana, no matter what their goals might be? Study hard.
And welcome back here, Western Boone High School. Western Boone facing a 4th down. The hand, actually no, Wright keeps it, lowers the shoulder, picks up the first down inside the 10-yard line. What a nice keeper and vision right there by Spencer Wright to pick up the first down.
No flags on the play. Just when we thought all hope was lost with all of those penalties, they're somehow able to convert this on 4th down, sets up 1st and goal.
Go all the way to the back of the playbook for that last play that they had. That double handoff, then the flea flicker back to Wright, and he finds a wide open receiver, Hendricks, down the sideline. And he nearly got the first down, but right now in short yardage territory. Here's Wethington, who's in the backfield. He gets the call, spins off a defender, and he runs into a brick wall. He's going to go down about a couple yards on that play.
That trick play, Colin, was up there with some of the most elaborate and exciting trick plays I've seen from high school football in a long time.
Well, Wright just kept his composure. You see how calm he looks back there in the backfield. He trusts the boys up front in the trenches. he really does trust his offensive line to just sit back there and let him play backyard football, just deliver the ball wherever he wants to go with it. And right here they go back to the spread formation on the 8-yard line. Here's Washington on 2nd and 8. They're going to go back to the opposite side, throws into the middle of the end zone, and it's incomplete. Joe Hendricks is back there, the intended receiver. That's going to set up 3rd down.
Hendricks was standing open about 2 yards into the end zone, and I guess Spencer Wright expected him to keep going with his slant to go. I mean, he was about 4 or 5 yards away.
It looked like
so he was open until he was overthrown.
It looked like they tried to go with the screen pass to Washington, but it was covered up well by the Southridge defense. They caught on to what was going on. They ran that similar play on the other side of the field to Peyton Young, who caught the screen and dashed the defense for about 20 yards. And right here on 3rd down and 8, here's Wright. He's going to reverse field position, go back to the other side. He's got a wide open grass in front of him. He's going to run, and he's going to go down at the 10-yard line. Right there is Logan Seeger to make the stop, and a flag is down.
Right now it's 4th down and goal. We'll wait for the flag to see what happened here.
That was right after the play. Let's see what happens. See what they say.
Still waiting on the call.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct
Holy
against the
cow.
defense. Wow, I guess they got Seeger with the celebration, and right there they're going to that's really going to kill the momentum for this defense. Southridge was excited to get that stop. They forced Wright to run around, and then they finally got him down, but down 14-0, can't make those mistakes. Right there, it's going to cost them.
Colin, when you can stop such an exciting play like that, who wouldn't celebrate? That's just a bad call on the refs, in my opinion, and they should have let that one go.
Yeah, they really should have let that one go. I mean, you're excited. It's a semi-state game. Emotions are running high. You're a team that's been to the state championship one time, and you've come off a state title, and you're looking to go back and repeat. I mean, that's just something you really just got to let happen. So right now, 4th down and 5. They don't give him the 1st down. Right here's Wright. Throws as he's hit, and it's going to go down. It's incomplete. So it's a turnover inside the 10-yard line, inside the 5 actually. And Southridge is going to take over 1st and 10 down at the 5.
It'll be interesting to see what Southridge does here to evade this pass rush from Western Boone. They've been able to get consistent pressure on every single play so far this game. So we'll see how they manage being backed up against their own end zone.
Well, that penalty is not going to cost Southridge any more points. Well, let's see if their offense can get out of the end zone. This Western Boone front 7 has been smothering the backfield and the quarterback. The run game hasn't really been able to go anywhere, and right now it's just been a really big problem trying to get positive yards. Here's 1st and 10 at the 5. Montgomery takes the snap, hand off to Shank. Shank tries to get to the outside. He's not even going to get back to the 5-yard line. Swallowed up by Josh Benson. And Caleb Freeman on the outside right there. Devin Weekly getting in the mix, along with the sophomore Logan Marsh, who is the only sophomore on this defense.
Marsh comes into the game with 56 total tackles, 34 on his own 22 with help, half a sack, and 6.5 tackles for a loss. The sophomore starter, as you mentioned.
The Southridge offense is averaging 37 points per game, and the defense is averaging 18 points per game. Surrendering right here, Montgomery back to throw, and a nice catch right there at the 10-yard line, and a nice tackle by Peyton Young. That one was caught by number 14, Brad Springer, and that's close to the 1st down.
Now you saw in that play, they hit the quarterback in the end zone. He's able to just barely get the ball off to his receiver, who gets a nice catch there, sets up 3rd and short.
Well, sets up 3rd down and 3, and you finally get some breathing room out of your own end zone, and that takes some pressure off the offense. But right now, the goal right here is just to pick up any kind of positive yardage against this defense. Western Boone goes big up front. They bring in Patrick Schallenberger and Michael Rice there on the right side to stack it up. Right here, they go to the other side. Outside is Springer. Springer is dropped in the backfield. What a nice tackle there by Devin Weekly, the middle linebacker for Western Boone. We're looking at his numbers on this season.
Devin Weekly, 90 solo tackles with 146 total. He averages about 11.2 tackles per game and 21.5 tackles for loss.
Colin, he's on pace to break a few records this year. The season total for total tackles right now is 146, held by Damon DeBard. He got that in 1982. Here's the punt goes off.
Wow, nice short punt right here. And that's going to take it inside the 40. So Western Boone with some good field position to start it off.
Now, DeBard, as we mentioned, he comes in with 162, or DeBard set the record at 162 total tackles. Devin Weekly comes in with 146, so he's just shy of that. Maybe he'll get it here in this game, maybe the next game if they can beat Southridge here. He also has 90 solo tackles coming into the game. Matt Jackson in 1998, the last time Western Boone went to the state championship, he has 98 total tackles. Is Jackson, that set the record, so Weekly's only 8 total tackles away from that. He can break that here tonight.
Right there, that cuts down his deficit a little bit more. Just made a tackle on that last play. Right here is Washington. Washington makes a few defenders miss. He's got blockers out in front of him on the sideline, down inside the 30, down inside the 20, 10, 5, goes out of bounds right before he can get there. They're going to mark him out right at the 15. Nice run there for Cruz, and a flag is down on the field again.
Of course, every time there's a big play, then there's always a flag, and he had nice blocking up front. His receivers do a good job here throughout the year on these screen passes blocking upfield.
Boy, you got to be frustrated if you're Western Boone's offense, just getting penalty after penalty after penalty on you. Last week they only had 3 penalties against Cecina. And that's going to be a repeat of first down. Cecina last week had 11 penalties thrown against them versus Western Boone, who only had 3, and right now they're over that total. And it is just bad news. Right here, they're going to spot this ball at the 50, a holding call. You just can't do anything if you're Western Boone's offense.
Well, at least they're able to overcome. They're winning 14-0. They had that nice first down pickup from earlier. So right now it's first down. They still have 3 more opportunities to try to pound out one behind the sticks.
Bunch formation up at the top of your screen for right. Washington is in the backfield. And right here's Washington with the carry. He extends his arm to pick himself up, and he gets back to the 45-yard line. They spot him right at the 46. And right there was Sager to make the tackle. Second down and 16 for Western Boone.
They'll mark it on the board, 2nd and 17, so the scoreboard reads.
Second down, here's Washington straight ahead again, and he's chopped down by number 9. That's Logan Seeger again. Back-to-back tackles for Seeger of the Southridge defense. Sets up a long third down for Western Boone. Obvious passing situation here, Nathaniel.
Yeah, we'll see if they want to come up with some kind of trick play, or maybe they have a designated receiver to streak down forward. So it'll be interesting. They've got 2 receivers to the top of your screen, 1 to the bottom, and then Luke Cornodle, the tight end. Keep an eye on him.
Right here, Cornodle's going to leak out of the right side
He's
of the
open.
line. He's open. He's got it right in the flat, and he gets back to the original yard marker. He's going to go down with about 4th down and 5. So going to set up a 4th down. Let's see. Western Boone will probably go for it here, Nathaniel. You know Coach Pelly better than almost anybody, and you know how he likes to do these things on 4th down.
Well, they're inside opponent's territory. It's early in the game, 7 minutes left in the second quarter. They're up by 2 touchdowns, so we'll see what they do here.
Well, Western Boone really needs to take care of these penalties. Let's see what they're going to do.
Spencer Wright comes off. They're punting it.
Yeah.
Watch for the fake punt, however.
Logan Marsh is out there, the long snapper, the sophomore.
Luke Marsh, that is Logan's his older brother.
Oh, yeah, Luke Marsh. Logan Marsh was the older brother who played on the conference championship team in 2015.
Watch the fake.
I don't think they're going to run a fake here. It's a little too early for that. Oh, yeah, they will.
That's what I thought.
Wow. Actually, no. They're going to reset it to a rugby-style punt, and it's going to go down right close to the 1-yard line. It's going to be a touchback, though. It just barely inched inside the pylon.
Now what they did there is they made it look like they were faking it. They drew the punt team, start charging towards Young, and he kicks one off and so close to knocking it inside the 5.
6:52 to go here in the second quarter. 14-0 score here. Western Boone on top. And once again, Nathaniel, penalties just killing their drives. They had 3 straight penalties on one drive, and then they had a penalty right there on holding, and it set them up for a 4th down.
It does help to have a defense who's able to hold these guys to 0 through a quarter and a half. Southridge will call a timeout, however. We're going to stay here, however. Just kind of want to recap what happened last night. Warren Central here in Friday Night Football. They defeated Center Grove 27-20 to move on to state championship. They will play Carmel, who defeated Valparaiso 14-10. And 5A Decatur Central defeated Columbus East 27-24. And right now, New Palestine is playing Michigan City. And we'll see if we can get you a score for that here in a little bit. Bishop Dwenger right now, last night they defeated Mishawaka 24-6, and also Marion plays Evansville Central today. In 3A, West Lafayette defeated Bishop Blue Rivers 27-14 to advance to Lucas Oil next week. Evansville Memorial defeated Bishop Chatard 42-17. So those 2 high-scoring teams, West Lafayette and Evansville Memorial, that'll be a very good game here in 3A. Last night, the game that really pertains most to this team, Eastbrook defeated Bremen 34-33. What happened in that game, Bremen was up for most of the game. They had the first score of the game, and there towards the end of the game, Eastbrook was moving downfield. Bremen had a crucial stop, set up the field goal for Eastbrook. Eastbrook missed the field goal just to come up short, and Bremen actually had a penalty on that play, which gave Eastbrook a new set of downs. They moved down the field, kicked the field goal in the waning moments to end. Right near the game starting back.
Nice batted pass. Nice batted pass right there by Josh Benson with another one. He's got 2 today.
So it was Bremen's game to lose. They had the penalty, much like what Western Boone's been dealing with so far today, and they gave up their potential state championship appearance. Eastbrook will play the winner of this game next Friday at 12 o'clock.
How about West Lafayette sporting their #1 recruit in Indiana, George Karloftis? And, I mean, he is just a monster, committed to Purdue. Play football for the Boilermakers. They're just on a tear this season. And right here is Colston Montgomery. He's going to drop back to pass. Throws it as he's hit. That one is caught by Shank. Shank stays on his feet, and Cortez Stoudemire is going to wrestle him out of bounds. But because of forward progress, they're going to give him a spot right at the 26. That's going to bring a 3rd down.
That New Palestine Michigan City game that I was talking about, that actually starts at 4 o'clock, so we won't have a score for that until later here in this game.
Well, also, how about some college football news? The Citadel taking on Alabama. They're really putting it to the Crimson Tide. And right here, 3rd down and 2. Ball's on the 28-yard line. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Western Boone on top, 14-0. Here's Southridge hustling the line. They bring blitz. And right there, Shank. Shank is going to get the 1st down right across the 30 down to the 31. He just lowered his head and he drove his way forward right behind his offensive line, and he does pick it up. Boy, defensively, Western Boone stacked the box trying to bring the blitz with Wethington and Weekly, and right there it doesn't pay off because it goes to the opposite side.
For anyone wondering about Evansville Central, right now they're tied with the Marion Giants in the second quarter. Their game's tied at 0.
And right outside here, throwing down the field, caught by Shank, down at the 40. Wow, into quadruple coverage, Shank makes a big play.
This team needed it. This offense was stagnant. They weren't getting really anything in their favor so far today, and now they get a big gain, puts them inside Western Boone territory, inside the 40-yard line.
That really pays off for Southridge. They've been held to negative yardage all day. Right there, they finally get their first big play against this Western Boone defense.
Pioneers, everyone expected, defeated Adams Central 38-7 in the semi-state yesterday.
Here we go, 1st and 10. Hand off to the outside for Shank, and Shank is not even going to get back to the line of scrimmage. Dietz Holdorf with the jersey tackle.
21.5 tackles for a loss for him. North Vermilion defeated Indianapolis Lutheran last night in the 1A semi-state championship 14-7, so they will play Pioneer in that state championship game next Saturday.
Wow, nice tackle there by Dietz Holdorf. He comes from the opposite side of the defensive line. He rolls his way down the line, keeping his shoulders square, and he just makes the nice tackle on Shank. And right here, here's Montgomery. He's in the gun formation, and a flag is going to come in. That's going to go against Western Boone. Josh Benson was on the other side. He jumped a little bit, eager to get in there.
Yeah, 75. Holdorf was also in on it, and they're both kicking themselves right now after allowing that. Will give them a first down.
Yeah, encroachments against the
No,
defense.
well, never mind. We'll set up second down and short.
So bring up about 2nd down and 7 to go. Ball's on the 37-yard line. Second quarter, 4:34 to go. 14-0 score here, but Southridge is driving. For just now joining us, quarterback Montgomery for Southridge has already thrown an interception, so is Wright. And right here, Montgomery's going to keep it full steam ahead for him, and he is up and ended down at the 25. He picks up the first down after the penalty.
Takes quarterback, keeper right up the middle, turns on that speed. That's getting him looked at by colleges in baseball. Now, this Southridge team, obviously last year they went and they won the state championship in 2A for football. They were the state championship runner-ups in baseball, led by the sophomore Montgomery. He was the freshman player of the year in baseball last year, really made a name for himself as they were the state runner-ups in baseball.
First down and 10, ball on the 25-yard line. And a reverse handoff there to Shank. Shank runs into a defender at the defensive line, and he's going to go down. Schallenberger and Kernodle were there. Actually, Wethington was there. Nice tackle there by both of them. Right now, facing 2nd down and 8, just a couple yards on that last play after the first down run by Montgomery. And finally getting the run game going after the long pass from Montgomery to Shank. There we go in the gun. They bring a man in motion, that's Shank. And rolling outside now and it's nice, caught! Caught down by Shank inside the 5. Another big play there from Montgomery to Shank.
That appeared to be number 2, Devin Weekly, in to save the touchdown. Adds more to his total, close to breaking those records, as I mentioned earlier. Sets up this Southridge team first and goal.
Andrew McAtee, the outside linebacker, is going to come out for Western Boone. Replacing him down on the bottom of Stoudemire and Kernodle. And right there, Shank, left side. He's going to get close to the end zone. They're going to mark him down right at the 1. Close for Shank. Holdorf was there, and so was Weekly on the blitz.
I expect a timeout to be called here for Western Boone.
And now Western Boone's going to bring in 2 offensive linemen, Casey Foster and Max Johnson, the center and the tackle for Western Boone. And they're going to stack the box here. They go 3-man backfield. And there's a handoff to Shank. Shank is close. They're going to give it to him. Touchdown. Touchdown Raiders. 2:21 to go here. The Raiders finally get on the board.
So Coach Travis Brune, so far throughout the year, whenever his team gets backed up in the red zone, then he's called a crucial timeout that turns things around. He didn't this time. There's 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the half. They have 2 timeouts left, so it'll set up them the first touchdown, pending this extra point.
2 big plays, 2 big passes, I should say, from Montgomery to Shank, which set up that drive. The long pass on 2nd down to set it up. And they drove down the field and score right here. That kick is nearly blocked, but it will be good. So the Raiders cut the deficit to 7. They're down 14-7.
Its offense comes out in their run-pass option. They like to run 4 receivers, 2 wide receivers wide, 2 slot receivers, and Khalid Stamps in the backfield. So we'll see what they start with here as they start from, like you said, the 35-yard line. Got the play clock going. We are ready for some football. They got 2 backs in the backfield now. They'll probably split one out, maybe not. Yes, they do. Oh, they're going 0 backs, 5 wide here at the start. And it's Braden Burke, a little Little wildcat there, hike to Braden Burke. He gets maybe 2 yards on the carry.
Burke starting the game, and that's a surprise for all of us because we didn't have him slotted to start as quarterback, and they're running the wildcat. They're going at it real quick right now.
In some highlights, J.K. Thomas ran the Wildcats too, but again, he was hurt, so we weren't really sure. The offensive starters for Marion, as you can see, Khalid Stamps, the running back, and Keyshawn Taylor. It looks like Burke again back in the shotgun as they're mixing it up. A little confusion here, and we'll see what he does. A little option there. Central stuffs him. No gain, if anything, with the big boys up front making a tackle. Looked like 88 there. Razel Joyner for Evansville Central, as you see the defense for the Bears. Razel Joyner has been huge this year, as Coach pointed out, for the Bears.
How about Carrier, though? Carrier seals him off and just passes it on to his buddy and says, you just finish him off for me.
Again, 0 backs for the Giants. Braden Burke now at quarterback. They run Stamps back behind him. They're going to hand off to him, trying to stuff him. They do a great job, and not much, if anything, there.
With a 50 or 60-yard return, he made sure to juke the guy out and get that reach into the end zone and put points up on the board. The third kickoff return for a touchdown this year for Western Boone. Washington had one.
There's a flag.
Of course there's a flag.
Of course, they're going to bring this one back. Wow, even on kickoffs, you can't even do anything.
Cannot catch a break.
That is such a killer for Western Boone. Peyton Young had a lot of momentum going for him. He outran the entire kick team.
They are set to punt is Marion. The punter is Bell.
Wow, look at this. Young just outran the defenders. He had to work his way to the far sideline to the right side, try to avoid Dubon. And, wow, they're going to call this one way back. These referees have thrown a lot of penalties, and the majority of them have been on Western Boone.
Now here, pretty much throughout all aspects of football, anytime that there's a big play on kickoff, there always seems to be they always seem to call it back. Takes the points off the board.
Let's see what happens here. Washington's going to get the carry, and he is going to go down in the backfield. Can't do anything right now. Washington just goes down.
That's got to upset Peyton Young, but knowing this team, they're going to try to put 7 up for him. Try to avenge him, for lack of better words, for that getting called back.
Let's see if you're Western Boone. You try to go to the air game a little bit more. You've been having success, and right here, Wright is going to step up. Pressure coming. Throws on the run, and it is batted down. Incomplete. Too low for his tight end, Luke Kernodle. Close to the first down marker. And a flag is down in the backfield. Wright is down on the sideline of Southridge. Let's see what happens. And it's a personal foul, roughing the passer against Southridge. That's a big penalty on Southridge.
And here we thought Western Boone was getting all the penalties. That's a second personal foul for Southridge.
This is scary if you're Western Boone. Your quarterback, your star quarterback, has gone down. Your first team all-conference player. He's clutching his chest and stomach a little late hit from the Southridge defense, and you know they've got a target on him trying to go after him.
Yeah, and that's usually what happens. As you said, right now he's walking off, gripping his chest. That's awful.
Automatic first down for Western Boone.
And they're going to call an official's timeout here, and with that, we'll take a break here.
I think you take a shot with Schutte, see if he can gain some yardage here, but it looks like they're going to go.
You wouldn't be coaching long.
Schutte to the right of Harper in the shotgun. He's going to roll right. They're going to throw back left to Frazier trying to go for him, but great job there on coverage by Juan Carlos Ramirez. He had it read, and now it'll be 3 and out for Central. Here is the offense for Central as they went 3 and out as 2. As you can see, Harper and Schutte as the two main guys for them. The big boys up front averaging 6'2", 260.
Frazier could be the key here with the being the tight end.
Into punt again is Degenhart for Evansville Central, averaging 35.7 yards per kick. Gets it off. It's a low liner. Oh, boy. Shanked
it.
Oh, they're going to get a great spot. Where? Oh, my goodness. Oh, now he's coming back. I don't know what that was all about.
Well, he's got to go to where the highest point of the ball was, Sean, as an official, and then you go back into the inline. Ball went out of bounds at the 40-yard line. You got to judge Your referee, the guy in the white hat, has got to judge where that ball went out of bounds.
Maybe a 15-yard punt tops there.
If that.
As Marion gets it now deep in Evansville Central territory. We'll see if they come back out with Burke at quarterback again.
Hey, 8:26 left and there's no score yet.
Surprising.
Yeah, I know.
Well, now it looks like we have got Brendan Martin. No, that is Kane Richardson. They hand it off, though, to Stamps. Number 18, Kane Richardson, a sophomore now in quarterback.
5'10", 190. Well, I tell you what, Coach Chambers has really caused a little bit of havoc for his team, maybe trying to wake up some players here.
Caused a little bit of havoc for us because we got the stats. We got Keyshawn Taylor was starting at quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Richardson in the shotgun, Stamps behind him. 4 receivers, you can see. In motion is Burke. They're going to give it to Stamps again, right up the gut. He got a pretty good rush the first time. Got some penetration. They're going to get a couple yards there. It's going to be 3rd and short for Marion.
You know, Stamps up the first down. And now
He was
Western
brought down by number 9. Sorry for interrupting you, Colin. Number 9, Logan Seeger. Seeger was also in on that last screen passes. He was the person who was in front of Cronado when he stepped out of bounds.
If you're Western Boone, I would say don't play conservative here. You have momentum in your favor, and you're coming out of a timeout. And right here, Washington goes now to the opposite side. Looks like the same formation, bunch formation.
This is North Putt.
Oh, and right here, pump fakes. Now he's going to run to the sideline. Still going, picks up the first down, side, steps away, gets a block, sets it right, reaches to the goal line, touchdown, Western Boone.
That is not a touch. We have different calls from different refs. We'll see where they decide to put it. One official signal touchdown, another one said stop the clock. So
it looks like there's also a flag. There's also a flag outside.
Well, that's expected. I mean, we had a big play, so of course there's a flag.
No kidding. Let's see what happens. They're saying it's a touchdown, but there is a flag down right close to the 20-yard line, close to the first down marker. They're calling a face mask on Southridge. They called a face mask on Southridge, so that's either going to set up the first down or a touchdown. Actually, will be a touchdown. Western Boone does score.
Yep.
So some of the Western Boone players having a conversation with the officials. Let's see what they're going to say. 52 seconds.
I mentioned that earlier. Against North Putnam in the sectional championship, they had a play where Cruz Washington started in the backfield, and he took off to the left side.
They do give the touchdown, and the penalty will be enforced on the kickoff. So with 52 seconds left to go, Western Boone on top, 20-7 with the extra point pending from Elliott Young, the younger brother of Peyton Young. Mitch Miller, the holder, sets it up, and the kick is up, and that one is good. Elliott
extra yards.
Yeah, you thought he was going to be stopped, and he motored his feet, kept his feet. Good run.
3rd and 3 for the Giants. See on the replay, boy, just out of the reach of Dalton Mills there on that play. Let's see what they do. Still have Stamps in the backfield. 4 receivers out wide. Richardson running to his right. Oh, great penetration there by the Bears. Nice job by Jacob Boberg with a sack. And we'll see what Marion decides to do here, if they're going to try and kick a field goal or if they're going to go for it.
You want 7 here. You don't want 3. We talked about this last night a little bit. 7 is a much better number than 3. I learned that in elementary school.
Yes, and Richardson's back in. A former Bears player said he calls it money that folds. You want money that folds as opposed to money that jingles.
Mrs. Dodd would be very happy to be with me, my 3rd grade teacher.
Richardson in the shotgun, 4th down and long. They hand it to Stamps. He got a seal on the outside. Is he going to be close? No, he's going to be just short. Couple yards short, and Central will take over on downs.
How about this? 4:46 left in this game. We thought it was going to be a high-powered offense. Defense is ruler today.
You know, it's like we always say, Keith, it's a feeling out process early. Look at the game last night you had at Memorial.
Oh, yeah. Call a timeout, and all of a sudden everything changes. Good camera shot by our camera guy, Riley, today.
Oh, he's fantastic.
It's that nutritious breakfast he had this morning.
The Bear offense back out on the field. Hamas as the fullback. Schutte I formation. Unto Schutte. heads right, got a couple of yards. Not as much penetration as they'd like by that offensive line, Keith.
I think Schutte really thought his lineman was going to make that block, and it fell short. He got a yard. That's a long yard, too.
It is. Schutte had a decent game last week, but boy, East Central, 122 yards, but he earned every yard.
Yeah, he was hurting on Monday.
There we go again, trying to get through the middle. Great quickness and penetration by the Giants' defensive front. Aguilar, Clayton, Brewer, and Martin doing a fantastic job.
This defense has only allowed 6 points during the playoffs. 6. I mean, that's incredible. And they're playing a little shorthanded today. If you look on the sideline, the numbers are not as strong as the Bears. Maybe they dress 60, 70 kids, but not as important or more players for Central.
3rd and long here for Central as they got 2 back set, but you can see Harper's in the shotgun, pressure on him, trying to find any space, and he goes down. The defensive line of Marion has really made their presence known today, Keith.
Yeah, danced over there, got to get rid of the ball, but that's a coverage sack, if you will, Sean, because everyone was covered there. So it's 4th down, and boy, here we go. He lost 2 yards on that. It's 4th down and 12, and now he's going to kick out of the end zone.
Degenhart going to kick again. Had one punt that went out of bounds at the 40. Needs a better punt this time to give the field position for the defense a better shot. That is a better kick than the middle of the field. Burt catches it. He's got some space. Looking to go. Gets out of bounds about the 31-yard line.
Boy, you got to hold your breath because Burke almost took off for 6 and it caught the ball on the run. It's very dangerous, and nice job by Central to recover.
The field position game so far goes to the side of the Giants. They have dominated field position so far. Nothing to show for it. Bend but don't break so far for the Bears defense.
Spin the wheel, and let's see who the quarterback is this series. As we were 2:58 to play in the first quarter.
Looks like Kane Richardson, the sophomore, back out for quarterback.
He must feel pretty comfortable back there.
He does. Khalid Stamps in the backfield with him. 3 receivers. They're going to hand it to Stamps. Going to get, great penetration
nice
there.
Job.
Great job by, is that not Carrier? No, that's Julian Johnson on the tackle.
Yeah, that's a nice play. He just wrapped him up and threw him down on the turf. Lost a big yardage there.
Great job fighting off a block by Johnson and making a solid tackle. 6'1" sophomore Julian Johnson. Their linebackers make some plays. Keith Boberg has 123 tackles. Frazier has 159. These linebackers get after it.
They react to the ball very quickly and they get to the spot quickly. They're very quick.
They spread the offensive line out too, as you can see. And Richardson coming to his right, looking to pass. There's pressure rolling out to his left. He's going to get hit. And it looks like that time looked like it was Carrier. Runs him out of bounds. Got some positive yardage out of it. Looks like it'll be 3rd and 10.
Looked like he was coming over to this side of the field. He saw something and went and reversed it. Again, the reaction of the defense did a nice job of sealing the play there. Gained maybe a yard. It's now 3rd down and 12.
I'd like to be on the field as that sophomore sees his plays and running. He has to go back to his left and sees those big guys coming after him. See how big his eyes got.
Hey, Coach, they're bigger than they are in practice.
Stamps behind Richardson in the shotgun. Let's see if they throw it here, if they'll run it again on 3rd down. Oh, and they run it to Stamps, and there is nothing. Nothing there at all, and we'll see what they do here. You know every word to your school's fight song, but can you remember your agent's last name? Let us know what you have and want to need. Find a local agent at infarmbureau.com. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Stop knocking on wood. Don't hit your head there, Keith.
I won't.
Oh, they're going to punt now. It looks like it is again James Bell into punt. Got to have enough guys on the field, though.
Late player just coming into the game. This could be a fake here, Sean.
A gunner. Let's see what they do. A Bell, little rugby style. There's a flag on the play. Trying to pin him deep. And they are going to let it roll, but let's see what the penalty flag is. That is inside the 5. Great job there by James Bell, but let's see what the laundry's all about.
Yeah, that penalty flag came out right at the snap, so you either got a false start or an illegal formation on Marion, and if you do, then you're going to probably have to re-kick.
And I thought I saw him motioning, illegal motion.
Dead ball, yep, illegal motion.
Kick it again.
That is a tough break for Marion because that ball landed right at about the 4-yard line, Sean. So now they have to re-kick the ball.
39 and a half seconds, Keith, left in the first quarter. This quarter has blown by.
Yeah, it's been a great game so far.
It is mano a mano, however you want to say it. I can't even speak it anymore, but it is definitely the feeling out process as Bell is back to kick again. It would not surprise me here, Keith, to see
the fake
a little quick run back here, maybe catch on the fly. DePriest, he does catch it inside the 5. Got a little bit of a gap there as he goes left. He's nice ankle tackle there by number 15, Xavier G. Saved a big return there for Central.
You know, I thought that ball was going to go in the end zone. He caught it at the 2 like a regular catch. And
he looked like an outfielder going back to the wall to make the catch.
That is scary.
I bet Coach was sweating that one for sure.
No. Oh, good play.
Yes. Coach Burgess.
First and 10. 29.4 seconds left in this first quarter.
Let's see what the Bears do here as they have the one back set. Are going 3 wide with a tight end as Harper in the shotgun. Schutte is not. He's getting pressure again. He's got to get rid of the football. He's sacked. Big sack there by Brendan Martin. And, boy, that internal clock has got to be better, Keith.
Yeah, and, at that time, if you look at Marion, put 7 guys in the box and put everybody toward the nose man, and that's where the defender came in and creeped in. And, boy, I tell you what, he's got some closing speed because he had a man wide open and just didn't throw the ball.
And that is the end of the first quarter. It is 0-0 here at Evansville Central. You're watching the IHSAA Champions Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance.
This is Oldview. And this is Now You.
5 wears his fire hat and coat in the rain.
Things change. Your insurance should too. Talk to an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent. And now you can stop knocking on wood.
We switch sides here at the end of the first quarter. No score. We talked about 2 higher-powered offenses, but, Keith, it's been the stingy defenses so far in this 4A semi-state game.
Other games today, another 2A matchup. Southridge and Western Boone, they kicked off at 2 o'clock. Western Boone leads Southridge 21-7. Western Boone, a very dominating team. Winner of that will get Eastbrook on Saturday. The New Pal game begins at 4 o'clock Eastern.
We get set for second quarter action here, and you could see Coach Burgess was not very happy with his quarterback at the end of the first quarter, taking that sack when he should have got rid of the football, caught up from him from behind, and it's a halftime score.
I think that's 20-7, or 20. Maybe he miswrote. It is maybe 21-0 Western Boone.
Schutte now back in the backfield with Harper.
False start.
And we've got jumpage. A little hesitation there, getting excited. Central needs to settle down. They need a big play, Keith, to get him kind of settled down and back in the flow.
This is a big game, and you can see that the kids get really anxious, and we saw this last night as the Memorial coach had to call a timeout early in the first quarter to settle his kids down. And you just need to learn to relax. You're in a scoreless game. You're doing fine. But now you got a big second down.
Fake, and they handed out draw to Schutte. He's going to get a couple of yards, but not a ton, as, again, the defensive line of Marion has been fantastic so far on this big, beefy Central offensive line. And not only do they need a play to get them settled down, Keith, they need a play to get this crowd into it.
Yeah, because this crowd is a large crowd that Central has brought here. You look at the Marion side. Marion traveled very, very well since they're 4.5 hours away from home.
Harper in the shotgun again with Schutte to his left. Another long play for them. Schutte needs to break a tackle. Can't do it. Great tackle there by the Marion Giants, and that was number 37, Anthony Reynolds, on the tackle. And it is 4th down, and they're going to punt again. Again, Keith, great field position. And we have played in the Evansville Central end of the field literally the entire first quarter.
Yeah, the best player on this team is the defensive squad of Evansville Central right now, because they have kept them in the game.
D'Angelo Jones is back with Braden Burke on the punt. That's a good kick, but Burke's going to get it about the 42. He's got a lot of space on the right-hand side. He gets out of bounds at the 25, and boy, a short field for the Giants. Tough task for the Bears defense.
Yeah, right now, you know, you've been. When are you going to break? And right now they haven't broke, but boy, this is great field position for the Giants. 1st and 10 on the 26-yard line.
If you're the offense of Evansville Central and you're on the bench right now, you're saying, get us a turnover.
I think you go deep here. Take a shot early.
Look who's in at quarterback. Keyshawn Taylor.
Wow.
I wonder maybe if he had to sit the first quarter, Keith.
Interesting.
He is in now with Khalid Stamps behind him.
And this has pumped up this team.
It's pumped up the crowd as well. Another weapon on the field for the Giants. Now you've got 2 options, and he's going to take it himself. He's going to get a few yards there on 1st down. Nice job there by Carrier, the defensive end.
We talk about this, but, you know, the coaches know their team and their players better than anybody. This is a motivating thing for the quarterback for Marion.
It's got to be interesting, too, first-year coach Troy Burgess being in a semi-state game in his first year at Central.
Good point.
Keyshawn Taylor, again, a quarterback, looking to the sidelines. Got the snap. Got an option. Gets it out to Stamps. He's got space. Oh, Mo broke a tackle there. Great job breaking the tackle by Counts to get a few extra yards. So we'll see what they got here. 3rd and
this is
a short 2.
Sean, this is 4th down territory right here. You're going to go for this, even if you're short here.
And this brought a whole new aspect to their offense, Keith, because Keyshawn Taylor allows them to run the option wide to the outside, as you see on this play, and it gave them some open spaces, and Stamps did a great job there of breaking the tackle and getting extra yards. We'll see what they do here on the short side of the field. Frazier pushing people around. Burke coming out now. Uh-oh, confusion. Pitched out to Burke, and he's going to break tackles, but he's going to lose yardage.
Yeah, that was a misdirection. I don't think they were even settled yet.
That was some confusion on that play between Stamps and Taylor. So we'll see what they do here. You definitely think they're going to go for it.
Yeah, I don't think you bring out the field goal kicker.
I would agree with you there, Keith. And Taylor's coming back onto the field.
I love this 40-second play clock, though. Now you have time to really calm kids down, put the play in you need to play, as they still have 12 seconds before they have to snap this ball.
Big play here for both squads, Keith. As Burke comes to the left, this time Stamps is to the left of them, of Taylor in motion. Some confusion there, and we've got a flag. We'll see what happened. Was it a timeout?
I think you got to delay a game. He didn't get the game off.
Oh, that's huge now, because that makes it a much longer 4th down.
Well, yeah, now you got 4th down and 10.
I don't think it changes the decision to go for it, but it definitely changes the play call.
Well, this is exactly where you started this drive at, on the 26-yard line.
Let's see what the Giants draw up here. Obviously, Taylor shouted the call to them since he didn't get to the huddle before they broke. 3 receivers to the left. Watch out for Burke in motion here, Keith. As Taylor takes a snap, rolling left. It looks downfield. It's a long pass in the end zone. There's a little lobby. Boy, they were posting up down there, getting position, and he overthrew it.
Basketball season has started in the state of Indiana, and he was blocking up for sure. And nice throw, maybe let him a little bit too high.
I don't think he gave his receiver enough of a chance to make a play on it. He had good position in front of the DB. He just let it too back far over his head and didn't give his guy a chance. That would have been Isaiah Hamilton, it looked like, on the replay.
How about though, the defensive back letting him take his position and then make the play over the top of him? Nice play.
When they talk about bend, don't break defense, that has been central so far today.
I think I just looked it up, and it is in the dictionary.
It is. All right, let's see if Harper and the Bears can get anything going here. They've got a couple of receivers out to the left, and boy, that looked like there was movement there. It looked like DePriest down here on the end by us. Or was it the center? Evansville Central shooting himself in the foot, Keith.
I tell you what, the field possession right here, at 26-yard line, I think it would take it considering where they started. But now to go back 5, this is going to be first down and 15.
If you could just get a couple of first downs if you're Central, that would totally flip the field position in this game.
And it also gives you the defense some rest because they've been on the field 75% of the time.
A lot. Yes, they have been. Harper in the shotgun again. See what they do. He's set to pass. Needs time. Going up top to DePriest. He's open. Oh, one-handed catch. He's going to go the distance. What a catch by Malcolm DePriest for the touchdown.
One-handed grab.
That was unbelievable.
You see that on Sunday afternoon. And how about this? And now you got the crowd in it.
A little excessive celebration flag there.
Yeah, I think he deserves that 15-yard penalty.
I don't know. It wasn't much, but boy, Odell Beckham Jr. would be proud of that catch as DePriest goes up with one hand and makes a catch. Was that an 80-yard touchdown pass?
Yes, sir.
We'll get that. Oh, my goodness.
That started at the 20.
2 plays.
Now, we talked about this last night. This point is crucial. You need this point.
Oh, we learned on that quite a bit last night, especially Bremen. Missed a couple extra points and a 2-point conversion, and it cost them. Unsportsmanlike conduct against the Bears. We'll see what happens. There wasn't a ton of celebration, but...
Well, I think it's down the field a little bit. He celebrated as well, maybe a little bit too early.
Well, DePriest is the holder for Degenhart on the extra point, as we've seen. Extra points are huge. Down, kick is up, and it is good. 7-0 Evansville Central, 7:45 to go in the second quarter. You're watching the IHSAA Champions Network presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance.
Want to know what I like best about playing basketball for my high school? I like it because it's a place where my friends get to see me play. I like it because I'm playing for someone besides myself. I'm playing for everybody in my school and every person in my community.
Indiana high school sports. They're more than just a game.
Come and see me play.
We are back here at Evansville Central. 79-yard touchdown pass. Brennan Harper to Malcolm DePriest, and this crowd is on fire, Keith.
Yeah, you got the crowd in the game. You talked about a big play. You just need one big play to flip the field. 79 yards can do it for you pretty quickly. 7-0. Easy extra point. He had plenty of room on that one, and Evansville Central leads.
We'll see how Marion responds here, as not only are they down 7-0, but the field's been flipped. Degenhart with another short kick. That one is going to get to Stamps, though, as he comes to the left. He got a little bit of a hole. Nice tackle there by number 21, DeMarquel Miles with the pop. Let's take a look at that touchdown pass again.
Look at the time. He had plenty of time. Look at this catch. Going all the way. Touchdown.
There we go. He did make a one-handed catch, we promise. So Keyshawn Taylor and the Marion Giant offense back out on the field. Khalid Stamps in the backfield, and that's got to give your defense some extra energy, Keith, after that big play. All right, let's see what they run here. Running out to his right, he's going to this little dump pass to Stamps, looking for some space. Great tackle there. Is that going to be? Yep, guess who, Keith? Austin Frazier.
Frazier has played all over this field, and you know what? Now you got this big crowd in it, and now you feel pretty confident because now your defense is going to, okay, they have our back. We can play defensive. pretty impressive. I think this is a pretty important drive if you're Marion.
It's very important, especially with the clock running so fast as we're almost halfway through the second quarter already. There is the handoff to boy, they couldn't get on the same page there, Keith. Stamps thought he was getting the handoff. Taylor wanted to keep it, and they're going to lose yardage.
Yeah, he kept it in the breadbasket maybe a little bit too long, as that's a 1/1000 can pull, and great defense.
Don't hope you're covered in the event of an accident. Find agents in every Indiana county at infarmbureau.com. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Stop knocking on wood. Let's see what they got to dial up here on 3rd and 11. From their own 44, back to pass is Taylor. He's going deep, and he's got a receiver wide open. They lost him on the play. Oh, my goodness. Isaiah Hamilton first down to the 12-yard line. Boy, what a defensive breakdown there, Keith.
How about Isaiah Hamilton? He's yelling. I mean, he's like, I'm open, I'm open, I'm open. He had days to catch that ball.
Julian Johnson and Camden Counts talking to each other like, what happened there?
Look at this throw. Look how wide open this receiver is.
If he leads him a little more, we got a tie ball game.
Yes, sir.
All right, 1st down and 10 at the 12 for Marion. A big play they needed. Is now they're going to hand off the Stamps directly behind. Looking to go left. Oh, he breaks the corner. He dives in for the touchdown. Boy, great seal on the corner there for Marion. And, boy, what a response by the Giants.
In less than a minute. He got to the spot. He saw the corner, and he went for it. Good job by the officials looking at that and cornering that play. Nice job all around.
Khalid Stamps filling in for J.K. Thomas with the huge touchdown runs. The response for Marion at 6:04 here in the second quarter. We've got the extra point coming up. It is up, and it is good, and we are tied at 7. 7, boy, what a response by Marion, Keith, after the big play from Central.
Yeah, well, let's watch this replay. This is a great play, and you got to the corner. Look at there's a great block by number 55, and then you get to the corner, hit the cone, and you're in.
I tell you, it just not to point it out, but boy, a bad angle by Camden Counts on that. He came in cutting across, and the quickness of Stamps got right out. And once he got outside of the Counts, it was end zone or bust.
And you sit here and you felt, okay, we feel pretty comfortable if you're Evansville. Now you're back on your heels because high score. We're knotted up at 7. With 6:04 to play in this first half.
First quarter, all defense. Second quarter, all offense.
Yeah.
A tale of 2 quarters so far. Bell to kick off now again for the Giants. The Giants see, as you see, the Central Bears in the brown and gold. A purple and gold of Marion. 13-0. Final ranking number 4 for Marion, 12-1, number 8 final ranking for Central. Short kick, it's going to go out of bounds. It goes out of bounds. Boy, the kickoffs, Keith, have really been, I don't know if I want to say a conundrum, but they've been perplexing.
I think they're afraid for the long return, so you're kicking it short. We saw that a little bit last night as well. Maybe that's the new way you kick off. I don't know.
I'm confused by that, but we'll see what the Central Bears can do now after the big play. See maybe if they can get Shooty going again, start chewing up some clock with some running game here behind their big boys of the front line.
Good field position here for the Bears.
A couple of twins on the front lines for Central, the Zoss twins, both 6'3", 275. In the shotgun is Harper. And nope, no pass blocking. Oh, he's going to be in trouble. He's going to go down again. Look like another sack there. Who is that? Is that Braden Burke? Or no, that's Andreas Aguilar, number 8.
Clayton on that as well, the 6', 275-pound outside linebacker. Big horse there.
Great penetration by that Marion defensive line.
I tell you what, the offensive line, the defensive line of both of these teams are huge.
Yes, they're big boys. I'm surprised that Central's kind of abandoned the run here, Keith. Let's see if they can get back to it. Jalen Bowman, little jet sweep here. Nowhere to go. He pauses, gets a little bit of a gap, and gets back just past the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and 8.
Did a nice job of stringing that out defensively for the Giants, and he found a little crease and got 2. Lucky he got 2 there.
They have a 2,000-yard rusher in their backfield. I think they need to utilize them a little bit more.
See what happens here. It's a long 3rd down and 8.
Coming in for Jacob Boberg for the Bears is coming in for Moss at the fullback. We'll see if that tips anything. As Frazier's on the end as a tight end. They fake to him, little play action. Got to get rid of the football. Down in the middle of the field, DePriest again. He's got it and does not go down. Is he going to go all the way again? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
DePriest, between 2 defenders, catches the ball and gets hit and spins, keeps his balance, and goes to pay dirt.
That is unbelievable. Another huge play from Harper to DePriest for a touchdown.
DePriest is 6 foot 165, and I tell you what, he bounced off him like a pinball.
He has got hands, that is for sure, to hold on to both of those footballs. One with one hand, the second one as 2 guys are coming in. He didn't get alligator arms. He went out and got it, and wow.
Wasn't afraid to get hit, was he?
No, he was not. Another point after attempt here by Degenhart. Kick is up, and it is good. 14-7. Evansville Central in this second quarter has been full of offense, and we'll see how Marion responds again. Let's take a look at that play once again to DePriest.
Has time again. Look at DePriest. Between 2 guys, spins around, and then knows where the end zone is.
2 catches, 2 touchdowns, probably 130 yards so far of offense for him. What a play. Which you can't even know which one's better, Keith. They're both top 10.
Yeah, they are. You know, these seniors want to go up to Lucas Oil Stadium. And I tell you what, this has been a really good game here. And they're bending and adjusting. And, you know, this game is far from over. And we thought it was going to be a higher-pounding offense. And the way the first quarter went, we thought, well, good defense. And now offense has showed up.
It has been exciting to say the least. Degenhart set to kick off as it looks like Burke and Stamps are back for the Giants to take the kickoff. And that's another pooch kick, and that one may.
It stayed in bounds!
Wow! And Stamps takes it, tries to go down the sidelines. What a bounce on that kickoff.
If we have the replay of that, I would like to see that once again. Great camera shot by our camera guy. That ball hit the hash mark, and it looked like it hit a pebble and just rolled back in.
That was unbelievable.
And fortunately for Marion, that came out. Look at this. This lands right at the 13 and comes right back. Woo.
All right, Marion back out on offense, 14-7. Evansville Central, 4:17 to go here, second quarter.
Good job, production guys.
This is the IHSAA Champions Network presented by Farm Bureau Insurance. I'm Sean Kroll along with Keith Myers. 4A semi-state action from Evansville, Indiana as Stamps gets the football on first down. Nice job there. Defensively, looked like Jeff Juan Burnett. Excuse me, I take that back. That is Zach Hansen on the tackle for Evansville Central. He fought off the block of Barnett. And it's going to be second down at about 7. So let's see what they've got dialed up here. As it looks like they've got Stamps. They're trying to figure out where to put him. They don't want to get in the delay of game as the play clock's running down under 5 here, Keith. He has it, and he keeps it this time. Spins close to a first down.
Got a flag on the play. I think you're may have a holding here.
We'll see what the flag is as they get set to do it.
Holding against Marion.
It is. That's a huge play because he got a lot of good yardage there, Keith, on second down.
Yeah, you're going to have third down and 2. Now you're going to have second down and 7. Big difference.
They're going to take him back a lot further from a spot foul there. So it was 2nd and 7, and now it's going to be 2nd and about 14.
Wow.
Big play there.
Clock runs with 3:25 to play in the third quarter.
This time,
second quarter.
Stamps behind, and they're going to fake to him, throw a ball wide open on the sideline. Nice little juke there. Is that Burke again? Braden Burke for a first down up past the 45-yard line. And boy, some of the receivers for Marion have been wide open, Keith.
Yeah, and I think what caught them is Central put 6 guys in the box who was going to rush it. The running back picked up the rushing outside linebacker and had plenty of time for a reception. Now they're in great shape here.
Yeah, the penalty did not hurt them after that play, as it's first down at their own 46 for the Giants. Again, 14-7, just about 3 minutes left here in the first half. We'll see what they've got dialed up on this play. Taylor's back in the pistol, looking to go wide. He's taking it inside, didn't pitch it. Boy, he should have. You see, Stamps had some room on the outside there, Keith.
Yeah, and another delay here, and good job here calling the timeout by Marion to get things settled down.
From happening, he pulls him down after the first down mark, and it sets up Western Boone near the star here at the 48-yard line, opponent's territory.
11:09 to go here, first down. And Wright is going to keep it, but he is going to be leveled in the backfield by 3 defenders. And in there to make first contact, looked like number 51, Connor Oxley. Back there with number 9 as well, Logan Seeger. And that's going to go for a big loss of yardage. $10:43 to go here. Second down, and it's like second down 16.
Definitely not 2nd and 46. Sorry about that problem over on the scoreboard. We're trying to get it figured out.
And wow, nice wide open catch there by number 87, Noah McClendon. Noah McClendon had a Randy Moss-like play last week. He hauled in a game-high long reception of 29 yards over the defender of Cecina, and that continues the momentum for him. Nice, another big catch right there for him.
Yeah, that catch last week, beautiful throw, beautiful catch, climbs the ladder and brings it down. That really set up some momentum for Western Boone.
Oh, right there, Washington just not able to get anywhere going. He goes down, probably no gain on the carry. This defensive front stacked up against the run here. This offensive line hasn't really been able to move well.
See, we've already got people. Someone says they're listening from Ohio, from Virginia.
Stamps is going to get close to a first down. My goodness.
Why in the world would you throw the ball up in the air like that? But you got to trust your running back, and he picked that up in midair. That was incredible. And scampered, and he's only 4 yards shy of a first down. Look at this.
You do not.
Washington gets a block in front of him. Still going, out of bounds finally. Cruz Washington with a big reception. Chase Taylor right there to tackle him out of bounds. Wow, what a big reception there for Washington. He picks up the first down. They run that type of screen pass where they go with the bunch formation at the top. And then right there, Washington just leaks out of the backfield, and he takes it close to the house. It's going to set up a 1st and 10 at the 13.
These big plays are what we've seen day in and day out every Friday, and I guess today's Saturday from Washington. And right now, Weddington's standing down and going to have his hand in the dirt. Heavy formation, left side.
Lotion. There's Cronodle to the outside. He tried to get a block in front of him. Oh, and he tries to break a tackle, but he's going to go down right about the 15. Loss of 2 on that play.
They like to run Weddington in the heavy set, put him on the heavy side of the line and let him just pound it out, but he's going to the sideline. Washington coming back in.
How did he get it over the defensive back? I thought that was a pick all the way.
Good catch by Isaiah Hamilton in the flat.
What a throw and a catch there. I thought that was going to be trouble.
Yeah, how about angles in this game?
Yeah.
I mean, that's inches.
There's your geometry, kids.
Look at this. 4 drop, stop.
And he's going to go down inside the 10. Nice run there for Cruz Washington. And right there, the defensive line was able to collapse to him immediately, but good job by Washington. split the guard and the tackle and run right through the seam. The hole was open for him, and the linebackers had to rally.
Yeah, and Coach Comer gave us the call, heads out to the huddle, sending him back out to the line. Comer, as you mentioned, we had the halftime interview, and we talked to him about his increased role in the offense.
And right here they go with that bunch formation to the top side again. Here's Wright, pressure coming, throws it as he's hit, and that ball is down. They're going to call it down. And a nice hit right there by number 51, Connor Oxley, who came in to make first contact. Wow, nobody blocked him on the outside, and Wright was hit right in the chin.
Wright heading back to the sideline. Oxley coming into the game had 25 total tackles, 11 were by himself, 14 he had help, and 4 tackles for a loss for this Raider football team.
And here we go. Let's see what they decide to do here on 4th down and 5. Ball is on the 8-yard line. They go with the pistol formation, but this time they leak Washington back out. Wright is looking the opposite way. Goes towards the end zone. Hauled in! Logan Benson! Touchdown, Western Boone! Flag on the play. Let's see what the call is, but right now it's going to be a touchdown.
And right now, Benson is laying on the ground. He needs help. It kind of looked like a defensive pass interference now. Benson comes back up and going to head to the sideline as we're going to wait for the call from the refs.
Wow, let's see what they're going to call here. Touchdown is good. The touchdown is good. Nice catch right there by Logan Benson. Boy, he's so good in that one-on-one situation. And what a throw by Wright to high point the football. Let him go up and make the catch. And right there, he just hauls it in for the touchdown.
Now we're going to wait here. We've got Mitch Miller's the holder for this PAT. Number 34, Elliott Young, back to kick it. Young's been perfect 3 for 3 so far on PATs.
And here comes Elliott Young. And right now, Western Boone extends their lead to 20. 27-7 score. Western Boone pouring it on, already surpassing last week's total of 19.
I think you got to come with points.
In the backfield, he has it, fakes, going into the corner, and DePriest, nice job there. DePriest thought he may get it, is, kind of cutting up under that route, under counts, but a little bit high again there on the pass as he tried to go to Hamilton. Now it's 3rd down.
I'll tell you what, both basketball coaches should be watching this, because that's exactly what you want to do, block it out.
You see in the replay, they've had a couple of opportunities, but just a touch high from Taylor on those corner passes. Big 3rd down here for both squads. Let's see what happens. They're going to run it. No, he's going to keep it. Oh, boy. And once again, guess who's there to make the solid tackle? Austin Frazier.
Frazier did a nice job.
Do you go for it, Coach?
No, I go for points. Timeout. Marion, their last.
3rd and final timeout. 1:27 to go here. Big decision.
If you do go for this and you miss it, the momentum that Central will have is huge because they deferred and they'll get the ball in the 3rd quarter as well.
We saw it last night. 3rd and 3, from Eastbrook's 38. Bremen had it. Threw a screen pass, it got blown up. 4th and 11.
8:10 remaining here. 27-7 score with the PAT looming off the touchdown pass from Wright to Benson. There it is, Mitch Miller, the holder. The kick is up, and that is good. Western Boone takes a 28-7 lead here.
See what they do here. Put your coaching hat on, Keith. You're gonna kick the field goal?
I'm gonna kick the field goal. If I feel comfortable with my defense, I kick the field goal.
7 yards. I think they're going for it. I really do. 13-0 and 12-1.
Webo leads 28-7 at the end of the 3rd quarter.
My repeat Southridge pick isn't looking too good now. Okay, big 4th down again. Let's see what both teams bring to the table on this huge play here at the end of the first half. And now Central wants a timeout. They call their first.
I like Coach Burgess because what he did is he saw the lineup.
Yes.
And he's probably watched film since, late Saturday night. and saying, okay, I've seen this. Let's call timeout. Let's see what they got.
I think absolutely you wanted to come out and see the formation that Marion came out in, then call your timeout. And you probably have a good idea that Marion's going to change the play call, but you want to see that formation to get them out of that play that they wanted to call. So let's see what happens now. It's going to be really interesting. As I'm looking down. I wonder if that happens to be maybe Paul's son.
I might have to. That might be a good question to ask him.
That might be.
Yeah.
All right.
You know, Paul used to coach this game.
Take 2 here.
Yeah, exactly
fourth
right.
down. I hear, you know,
how about this crowd on their feet? The band is playing.
Somebody I watch out for here, Braden Burke, number 9 for Marion.
Watch the opposite side, on the weak side of the field.
Here's the play. They're gonna. They fake it. They're trying to come around. He's got pressure. Can he get it in the back of the end zone? Oh, it's picked off. Is he gonna try and? He runs it out of the end zone. He's got some space. Oh, he gets out just shy of the 20. Huge interception there. Is that Dylan Carrier, or who is that? Trying to read that number.
Team, and a good kick by Peyton Young to get it.
So the problems Western Boone's been having with flags.
About that throw there.
Had the receiver wide open. It was a deflection.
It was high and outside, if you're calling it as a bait.
And we just missed the beginning of the play. We'll see if we can fix that for you.
Wow,
the field goal, but you know that's why he's coaching, and that's why I'm up in the booth. Now you do with 117. How much do you stretch this field?
Do you go up top to DePriest again?
He's in the game.
Oh, they got the 2. They got the I formation now. They go to Schutte, and it's a running play. He's got the most yards he's gotten all day, about 5 yards. You've still got 2 timeouts.
Yeah, right now though, you gotta feel pretty comfortable because you're gonna get the ball back at the beginning of the third quarter. That's very helpful because now you can run clock here, you can run clock there. Don't play conservative though. We saw that last night. That can hurt you.
I think they're going to try and just run the ball with Schutte, and if one breaks,
you go.
They get a big chunk of yardage. I think they call a timeout and then try and maybe get a field goal. So we'll see what happens. Again, I formation here for Central with the fullback and Schutte behind.
Nevertheless, though, it's going to be Southridge ball.
All right, let's take another look at this. Slow it down. So right now the ball is, it looks like it's past the 35. It's really close.
I'm wondering if Wethington, I'm wondering if Wethington right there bounced it off his hip. Nevertheless, though, Southridge is going to get the football here on 1st and 10. They hand off to Schenk to the outside. Schenk with a big running lane. And Schenk is going to go down, met by Devin Weekly and Brett Wethington, the linebacker. Both the inside linebackers getting in there to drop them. Wow, nice run there by Schenk. It sets up a 2nd down and 1. Ball is on the 45-yard line. And a big break there for the Raiders. Already down by 21, 28-7 score, 7:38 to go. Western Boone showing blitz. They bring it, and here's the quarterback. Montgomery is going to go down at the 45. Nice rally there by Western Boone's front 7, and Dietz Holdorf.
McAtee was in on it too. You had number 18, the safety, Peyton Young. They were all in on the stop, and it sets up 3rd and really short.
Now let's see what happens. Schallenberg.
The finish line is most assuredly in sight, but this afternoon there's a massive hurdle to clear. This is Mark James from New Palestine High School, just east of Indianapolis. It's the 5A Northern Semi-State as the unbeaten Dragons host the Michigan City Wolves. Let's welcome our good friend, former high school coach, standout wide receiver at Purdue, and a 2-time state champion at Warren Central, Lance Shive. And, Coach, this game most assuredly not going to be for the faint of heart.
Well, I tell you what, you're looking at 2 physical teams. You're looking at 2 teams that pride themselves on running the ball, playing great defense, and I'm anxious just to watch that physicality up front because I think the difference in this game is going to happen up front.
Well, and that's where typically at this stage of the tournament is won or lost. You're not going to see a lot of 4 or 5 receiver sets at this ball game. You're not going to see a lot of quick outs and things of that nature. And I think we talked to both coaches and some of their assistants. They're going to see it's find out time.
Well, I'll tell you what, both teams really resemble their coaches. Kyle Ralph just does things simply and does it effectively, and they're efficient. They're very sound on defense. They're incredibly explosive offensively. Phil Mason, old school, from the region, born and raised there, has won wherever he's been, has taken that knowledge now and his expertise to Michigan City. And, boy, they are just a great physical on defense. They run the football. They're explosive. It should be just a great contest.
New Pal 12-0. Kyle Ralph 72-4 in 6 years. 6-time conference champion. 4 semi-state for the Dragons since 2013. They were the 4A champs in 2014. Runners-up in 1990 and 2015. Reclamation Project, the program at Michigan City for Phil Mason. He's 26-10 in his 3rd season, 139-71 overall. Back-to-back semi-state appearances for a school that had not had a lot of success. They brought a guy in that has had success. He was a 2014 state titleist at Andrean.
Well, I tell you what, talking to Phil this week and on the field, he's incredibly humbled for what he has done and they've been able to accomplish here. He just feels good about his staff and to be able to have that camaraderie, that connection from Andrean and now here at Michigan City. He feels great. The kids have bought in, loves, the talent that he has, feels good about the nucleus that's back from last year's semi-state team. And again, he really feels like they're headed in the right direction.
6 straight losing seasons before Coach Mason arrived. 9 out of the last 10, in fact, prior to his arrival. 7-4 his first year, 9-4 his second. His impact was immediate.
Well, I tell you what, again, when you talk about what does coaching do, it brings a mindset. He understands. He's been there and done that. Phil Mason, again, everywhere he's been, he has been successful because his foundation is solid. He understands when you are great tacklers, you play solid defense, don't turn the ball over, and you're explosive, you've got a chance to be very successful.
Ton of success at Andrean. A lot of people surprised when he made that move. He told us down on the field before kickoff, one reason and one reason only: administrative support from the top down.
He was so impressed with just the vision of Michigan City and where they were going to allow him to be able to go with his staff, with the development of players in the area. And again, he could not just talking about how happy he is to be here. He's close with his own family. This allows him to stay where he's been born and raised. And I tell you what, he seemed like a happy camper.
The record 10-2, as we said. Their losses in overtime to Homewood Flossmoor, second game of the season in overtime, 33-30. They're in the final 8 in the big school division in Illinois. The other loss to Valpo, 14-7. Valpo eliminated last night in the semi-state round by Carmel. Those are no slouches.
By Joe Hendricks. Hendricks outruns the whole defense. He is gone. Touchdown, Western Boone. Joe Hendricks with a nice run, and he just uses his speed to get past the defense and the secondary, and he just took off.
Hendricks' longest catch of the year is 60 yards, and that was probably maybe 45-ish in that area. So he's used to putting up big plays like that. It's his 10th touchdown of the year. Brings the score here 34-7, waiting for this extra point.
And Hendricks, the leading receiver on this team, both yards, touchdowns, and catches. And right there, the extra point is good.
Elliott Young perfect on PATs so far tonight.
35-7 score, Western Boone. Big lead over Southridge. The former state champions getting it handed to him right here. Let's take a look at that replay.
There's some difficulties. I'll see if I can get it fixed.
I see what the problem is. There we go. All right, now that we got
now we're back. Let's see how this works out.
Right here, you see the play action. They sold the fake to Washington and a quick pass on the post route right
Middle
there
slant
for Hendricks, and he just outruns 3 defenders, and he was gone. Wow.
When he was in the end zone, the next closest guy was about the 7-yard line. He just turns on the speed, does what Washington's been able to do on the ground all year. And the two of these guys are the big play threats, and they've been very successful so far throughout the year. Hendricks has near 800 yards receiving, leads the team in that aspect. 32 receptions coming into the game, 22.9 yards a catch. So most of his catches get first downs, And that one, just a phenomenal play. Great pass, great catch, great run after catch. And that looks like it's going to put this lead out of hand.
His longest reception on the season was 60 yards. And right there, he was pretty close to it.
Western Boone hasn't gone to the state championship in 20 years. That was 1998 when they were shut out by Jimtown.
Yeah, 28-0 loss right there for Western Boone. Right there, Connor Hull to make the tackle close to the 30-yard line.
Latches on him and drags him down like a leech, drops him to the ground. That's number 14, had the return. Connor Hull with a nice play there. Some of these guys, Patrick Schellenberger making the land shark symbol.
Yeah, the land shark symbol, of course, emitting from that Ole Miss defense. They went with that land shark look back a long time ago. They actually recently changed their mascot to a land shark in honor of that defense. And right here we go. Let's see. 1st and 10 from the 25. Southridge just demoralized to this point. And a motion for them. Montgomery rolling out. And he's going to be chased. Freeman was there to try to get him. And Montgomery throws on the run. Nobody is there. He tosses it towards the sideline, and there's a penalty flag down in the backfield. Probably going to get him for roughing the passer.
Roughing the passer. Also in the backfield, as you said earlier, number 51 Freeman was in the backfield putting pressure on him, and it looked like he was blocked in the back, but that's probably not going to be what this call is. They threw it a little bit after that. It looked like roughing the passer, and it will be against Western Boone.
Wow.
15 and automatic first.
Last season, Western Boone ran into Cecina, and they were dominated in that game, and it was just an unbearable loss for Western Boone. And then Cecina ran into Southridge, and Southridge trampled them 24-7 in the semi-state game to move on and play for the state championship, where they pulled out a 1-point victory. And that was probably the best moment in Southridge football history, and another injury down. And it looks like the quarterback is down.
Is that Montgomery getting treatment on the side?
I believe they're looking at us.
So they've got a rag out there. It looks like maybe he has a bloody nose or something up there that they're trying to clean up.
Well, you know what? Credit to Montgomery. The young man has played his heart out. Only a sophomore quarterback, and he is just multi-sport athlete. Does a very good job. And while they tend to him, we're going to take a timeout. You're listening to WBTV Football here on WBTV Sports.
Question. When you walk into the boardrooms of the most successful companies here in Indiana, who do you meet? Answer. Men and women who played.
Sent home. Actually, they were already at home. Decatur Central survived that one as well, 27-24. They get the winner of this one. In 4A, Dwenger over Mishawaka, 24-6. West Lafayette up into Lewis, 27-14. How about Memorial? Evansville Memorial over Chittard, 42-17. And it was Eastbrook beating Bremen, 34-33. In 1A, the Jack Kaiser show continues to roll on. Pioneer over Adams Central, 38-7. A couple of former state champions in a matchup of 1A for that title as North Vermilion beats Lutheran 14-7. Feel bad for our friend Dave Pash. 4 trips to the semi-state, not yet able to kick the door in and get to Lucas Oil.
Tell you what, Dave Pash does it the right way, and again, he's going to get there. Every time you're knocking on the door like he's been, again, you feel badly for him, but again, 4 out of 5 years, he's been in the semi-state. Congratulations to he and the Saints. Another great year.
Now Michigan City is going to kick it away. And it will get into the end zone, and New Pal will start 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line. We told you Neely, the quarterback, Spiegel, the running back, Large and Colby Jenkins are the slots, Blake Austin and Eric Raudebush, some very capable receivers. Austin Keeley, we should say, is the center at 6'1", 258, and a senior. Alex Cotterman and Noah Mack are the guards at 6 foot 232, a sophomore, and 5'11", 265, a senior. Jacob Britson and Kyle King, the tackles, they're both in the 230 to 240 range. We'll set Michigan City defensively momentarily. Large comes in motion. The flag is down. So Chris Lane will start along the defensive front with Ernest Frierson and Royce Robinson. Triplett, Ware, Jefferson, and Wozniak, the linebacking core. Brian Walker and Kajuan Rufus in the secondary, along with Antonio Conley and Marquand Hurt. So 5 free ones for New Pal to start their first drive of the ball game. Neely, the keeper, runs right into Ernest Frierson at 6'1", 315, and a junior. It's going to be a task to move it. I mean, there's some size and strength up front for New Pal, but Mr. Frierson is kind of his own area code, as they say.
I tell you, he is big. He's physical. I love the way he plays with his hands and was able to throw the offensive lineman away for New Pal to make the play.
He and Royce Robinson not going to make things easy at all. A misfire on the pass intended for Colby Jenkins, and just like that, it's 3rd down and 4.
Well, what I'm curious about here, Mark, is New Palestine this year has outscored their opponents 289-0 in the first quarter. They get off to a quick start and never look back. I'll be anxious to see if Michigan City can slow them down a little bit.
Michigan City gives up 12 points a ball game, so their defense is fairly stingy. Spiegel on the carry. Don't know that he's going to get the first down. He's just shy of the 30, and we'll see if Kyle Ralph gambles early on here. He'll have about the length of the football left, and it wouldn't at all surprise me to see him go for it here on 4th and the length of the football.
Well, we're in game 14, and he's punted 13 times all year.
Yeah.
So it's not like this is something they're normally used to doing here. So, again, some may look at this as a gamble, but this is how Kyle runs his offense.
Yeah, easiest job in football is a punter for New Pal for sure. 4th down and short. Could be message time early on. Trying to draw him off sides. Neely takes a peek over to the sidelines. Had a timeout. New Pal. They didn't draw them off sides. Now we'll see if Kyle Ralph decides to rethink it. And we think he will, then dispatch the punting unit onto the field. Looks like Eric Raudenbush will come out to handle those duties. As Coach mentioned, just 13 attempts on the season. His average, 35.7.
He punts the ball well. Again, there's really not much wind to speak of, and so again, the great thing now, I think the conditions will play a little factor in this game here, but a huge stand thus far by Michigan City. Great start.
Zenit Wilhelm is dropping deep to receive, standing at about the 35-yard line. Looks like Tyler Sigmund is over there with him across the way. Kind of a knuckleball. Going to call for the fair catch at about the 43-yard line. A good field position after a good defensive stand by Michigan City. We mentioned McFerrin, the running back. Bryce Heyman is the quarterback up front. Andrew Shanks and Jared Brinkman along with Ryan Stefanko. It's Drake Adams and Connor Root at the tackles. You'll see Wilhelm and Tyler Sigmund, Justin Wozniak, and Demetrius Garrett in the secondary. We'll set the New Pal Dragons defensively for you momentarily. Heyman from our vantage point looks like a fullback.
I was watching him warm up. He can move. He can run and throws a great ball for being a southpaw.
Jet sweep look. New Pal trying to string it out. Sigmund wants to get to the corner. Doesn't quite make it, but still might have squeezed a yard out of it. Going to mark him down just shy of the 45-yard line. Will Olive up front along with Austin Keeley. Kyle King's the guy you need to watch for. Defensive end 54. He's 6'4", 233 and a junior. 62 tackles, 24 for loss, and 17 sacks. A very active linebacking core we'll introduce you to momentarily. 2nd and 9. He did get one out of it. Left-hander looks to throw it. It's batted down and picked off. And they are going to take it to the house. Maxon Hook with the pick 6.
I'll tell you what a great job by Maxon Hook. He broke on the ball, but the ball looked like it was intended for him more than it was intended for the receiver here. Now, I'm not quite sure that Bryce Heyman saw him, but great job. Great Johnny on the spot there by Maxon Hook.
And I think Kyle King at defensive end might have gotten a handle on that. He might have disrupted the pattern of that football just a bit.
Well, you talked a little bit about the size of Hook and 5'8". Again, I think it might have been certainly a distraction.
Ball is down, the kick is up, and it is good by Alex Kropp. And just like that, 7-0 New Pal on the IHSAA champion.
It looked like he was going to be stopped at the line of scrimmage, and instead he just powers through for another 2 yards, sets up 3rd and short. Just another example of what kind of a tank he is.
I mean, just a dominating performance for Wethington after Washington down with that injury, but it looks like Washington's going to stand on the sideline for a little bit. It's 3rd down and 2. Ball is on the 42. And Wethington is still back there. You have to think that he's probably going to get the call. Here's Knoll
right side.
In motion. Oh, it's actually going to be a quarterback keeper for Wright, and Wright does pick up the 1st down. Wow, Spencer Wright kept moving. He got all the way up to the 50.
They were looking for 2 yards, and instead he got 7. Puts them at the 49-yard line right now, just barely in their own territory, close to Southridge Raider territory.
Wow, good.
13 minutes left in the game.
That's a good design there by Coach Pelly. Coach Justin Pelly, the head coach of Western Boone. Once again, him and Scott Blinning, both teammates in college at Hanover College. It's a small D3 school down in southern Indiana. And a flag is going to fly in before anything even happens.
As New Pal gets ready to boot it away. Alex Kropp, by the way, pretty efficient. It's plenty of work in terms of extra points. 92 of 95, 6 of 6 in the field goal department. We'll keep an eye on that stat. His long was 39 this season. Don't know if this one's going to get to the end zone. It will not. That'll mean a return opportunity for McFerrin. And just like that, the road closed, and he's wrapped up and dropped at the 20. Good pursuit by New Pal. 2nd offensive series for Michigan City.
Tell you what I love about New Pal here, Maxon Hook makes the interception, scores. He's the one that made the tackle or the initial stop on the kickoff here. The great thing, again, Kyle Ralph plays his best kids on special teams, which is why they have such an advantage in the kicking game at times.
We got to talk to Phil Mason. We talked about this being a grounded out, pounded out.
Exactly.
He comes out throwing the football. So.
I know.
So Michigan City, their 2nd possession, looking for a little better success, and boy, do they find some room the right side. That's Lyric McFerrin, and that's a man that bears watching. Looks like he's going to have 1st down yardage, a gain of 10 to the 30, and move the sticks. We didn't get a chance to finish setting New Pal defensively. Brody Luker, C.J. Fabian, Luke Eli, and Avon Jones, a very active linebacker core. And we talked about Maxon Hook and his pick 6. Riker Large, Cade Large, and Luke Canfield. They're in the secondary as well. And speaking of being in the secondary, that's exactly where Lyric McFerrin ran with the football. So back-to-back 1st downs, and Phil Mason says, okay, enough of putting this thing in the air. We are going to ground it, pound it a little bit.
Boy, great job. Pulled both the right guard and right tackle, and I love how Lyric McFadden just kind of was patient, let everything develop, and boy, I tell you what, he has got some great feet, runs low to the ground, but very patient. Love how he's running so far.
Now, you're going to have to get him below the legs. I don't think anybody tries to tackle him up around the shoulder pads. He's probably going to win that battle. Look at that seam. Running right behind that right guard, Ryan Stefanko, at 6'3", 260, a senior. That gives you an idea just what kind of a block Stefanko. Watch him. Gets off the ball. They pull him around from his left guard position, and look, the running back runs right into the back of him.
Well, I tell you what, the 3-man front's going to really force New Pal to get into a 4 or 5-man front, as well as Michigan City's run the ball.
And they did that right there, but the result is still the same. A 1st down for Michigan City across the 40 to the 39. An impressive drive so far.
Well, Mark, as you said, Phil said, you know what, enough with the throwing. Let's go back to what we do. Let's get the ball to Lyric, let my offensive linemen go to work, and that's exactly what they're doing.
What kind of challenges does it present for the defense when they're pulling as many guards as they're pulling on every play?
Well, I'll tell you what, the biggest issue right now is you can't move and slant, because if you go the wrong way, there's even a bigger gap. And right now the biggest issue is there's just 3 big bodies. They're a 3-4, so it means they've got 3 larger players and then 2 smaller outside linebackers. They're going to start walking guys up, but pure size give the advantage to Michigan City.
About +4 on that carry now, so trying to answer the New Pal score. The last possession, they got to score defensively. On 2nd down and 6. Bounces it outside. A good run for him. He picks up 2 or 3 more. I mean, he's always moving forward, and he falls forward, too. People say, well, what do you mean by that? Explain what we mean by falling forward and how important that is for a running back.
When you run with your chin over your toes, that means you're always going forward. So when you're hit, you keep moving forward because just the weight of your momentum. But what I like about it, again, is when you do that, you make it hard to go backwards and lose yards here. Great job thus far by Lyric.
The 2 receivers split wide to the right, high part of the screen. And this time, Newpal gets a little stingy. Bring him up about a yard shy of the first down. Will Allen, Kyle King, Jones, and others in on the stop.
Again, you talk about how good and active the linebackers are for New Palestine. Again, now they moved that front a little bit and started slanting towards the field, and it helped just kind of bottle everything up.
4th down. So 4th down for Michigan City. The entire receiving corps was in the huddle with Heyman. 4th down and 1. Newpal. See, when you send as many as they sent there, boy, 1 block if you get off the edge, and that's what he did. He gets to the 25 and moves the sticks.
Well, what I like what Michigan State did there in Phil Mason, they went zone. So they just kind of manned everybody up. So it doesn't matter, pull the backside guard there and kick out, and now they're walling everybody down. So it doesn't matter how many guys blitz or come there. You're just stepping back and going and running a gap scheme, which again, is very simple and very sound from an offense standpoint.
Michael Bradford was lined up at an H-back coach there to the high side, and he really threw the block that sprung him. McFerrin getting plenty of work here. Rides it out. Pretty good defensive play by Cade Lard, stepping up from his free safety position. A couple of INTs and a couple of pat downs to go along with 35 tackles for the 6'3", 173-pound junior in the secondary for the Dragons.
We talked about this earlier. Ryan Stefanko, I tell you what, he's pulling at 6'3", 260. He runs well for a senior. He blocked the defensive end and the outside linebacker. Great job of the pursuit by New Palestine.
At the rate this is going, I'm glad we're not getting paid by the hour. This is rolling right along.
Exactly.
McFerrin finds a seam, breaks 1 tackle, then another. Down inside the 10, rumbles out of bounds at the 7-yard line.
Well, as you talked about, Mark, earlier, you're not going to tackle him high. Again, he's bouncing off, or New Palestine's bouncing off him here. Watch again how he's running. That lower body of that young man is awfully strong. He is dragging players with him.
How about on that replay, all the red jerseys that were on the ground when he made that cut? I mean, Shanks and Brinkman, Stefanko, Adams, and Root, they are most assuredly controlling the line of scrimmage.
Well, I tell you what, when you can do that, boy, it makes your game plan that much more simple.
1st and goal from the 8, an impressive drive by Michigan City, trying to answer the defensive score by Newpal. McFerrin, nothing doing that time. Keeley among those there first. 34 tackles for him on the season at 6'1", 258.
Well, you talked about this earlier. When you pull, the one thing you can do as a defensive lineman, you can follow that guard and get in his hip. Don't let the lineman away from the puller or next to him come down and reach you. I mean, he's trying to block you. And what you do is you get in that puller's hip, and now you're in the backfield, and that causes problems.
Tyler Horsley is now in at nose tackle. He's at 6'2", 302, so they're trying to counter size with size at the nose tackle position. Giving a little jet sweep look, but a little seam for McFerrin. Gets the football down inside the 5 to the 4.
Tell you what, can I tell you, and we've talked about this already, how impressive the offensive line is for Michigan State. They're pulling 1 and 2 players here. And again, Lyric, boy, just patient, just waits. The best thing they're doing right now is keeping the New Palestine offense on the sideline.
They've not been able to get to the corner, but they haven't needed to.
Exactly.
Because they are controlling things from tackle to tackle.
Absolutely.
Motion, McFerrin. In and out of the hands of the intended receiver on the slant. That was intended for Zedden Wilhelm. 39 catches, 608 yards on the season for him, and it looks like Phil Mason is going to dispatch the field goal unit onto the field. Not a bad call here. I mean, I know 4th and 5, and I know you're down 7-0, but it's very, very early, and I think he's kicking this field goal based upon the offensive success he's had in this drive.
I tell you what an impressive drive of taking the ball, just marching it methodically, and just giving the ball to McFerrin and letting him do his thing.
Riley Shreve set to handle the kicking duties. The ball is down, the kick is up, and it is good. 5:15 mark of period number 1.
Pinpoint pass there from Wright.
We've seen a lot of those from the most efficient quarterback in 2A.
Yeah, Wright is just a man on a mission. Over 64% completion percentage coming into this one, and a flag is going to come in again. And it's a delay of game against Western Boone.
All right, still remains 1st and goal, but it'll be 1st and 7 instead of 1st and 2. Still very manageable.
And after the game is over, we will keep the camera on the field so you witness the presentation of the plaque. Last week we did that for their regional win. We'll do it this week as well, here in front of the home crowd. Good attendance here for Western Boone. The stands are filled. They're the most filled I've seen in a long time. And right here's Washington. He breaks off a defender, lurking to the end zone. Touchdown, Cruz Washington, Western Boone.
Just runs it off right to the left side off of his tackle. Nice, easy touchdown. Pounds it into the end zone. Puts a score right now, 41-7, heading this extra point. You got to wonder what this Stars team's going to do with their starters now. They have a big state championship game, biggest in 20 years, coming Friday at noon against Eastbrook.
The last state championship appearance, of course, 20 years ago in 1998. And right now, Western Boone sporting their best record as of late. And that kick is good.
Western Boone has never gone.
It's down 14-7, right at 9 minutes, as you can see on the screen. Looking to the sideline for the call.
Now the Giants is playing the clock game here a little bit.
They are. They're running the play clock down quite a bit. And here comes a straight handoff. But, oh, boy, oh, what a great job there by, that is Julian Johnson. Tripped up Stamps on the lengthy pitch behind the backfield, and it is a loss of about 5.
How about some big plays by the sophomores on these? Both of these teams have been playing very well. Julian is a sophomore, 6 foot 170.
That changes your play calling for sure when you got 2nd and 15. Is now they've got 3 receivers towards us. They fake it. They're going to go up top. Keyshawn Taylor has got space. I don't know where he was throwing it to. A little miscommunication there, and he's lucky that didn't get picked off. I wonder if his receiver cut his route short.
I think both receivers might have got mixed up there because 2 receivers about 5 yards between each other.
Now you've got 3rd and 15, and boy, the playbook shrinks a ton
yes,
on that and this kind of down and distance, Keith. So you wonder if they're going to throw again. So the DBs, especially guys like DePriest and David Payne, are going to be looking to make some plays. As he's back to pass is Taylor. There comes a flag as Taylor's going to run. He's not going to make it. Let's see what the flag is, though. That's usually in the general area of holding if the referee calls it.
And this could be very interesting what you would do with this play with 3rd down. Do you back them up another spot foul, or do you make it 4th down?
That's 4th and 10. You got to wonder if they're going to go for it, but it's holding, so we'll see what they do. They're going to push them back, it looks like, and make it 3rd and another zip code, I believe, for Marion.
That in Greene County, you think?
It might be in Kentucky. 28. Only 28 yards, Keith.
You know, I didn't do that math, folks. Let me tell you, our producer, our ear, gave us that math.
Don't give away the magic, Keith.
Okay, sorry.
All right, by his lonesome in the backfield is Keyshawn Taylor. So you've got to imagine, as it will be a pass, Razel Joyner, he's going up top. That's a rainbow, but that is going to be out of bounds, and they'll definitely punt now, as Joyner did a great job getting pressure on Taylor.
On the keeper, nothing doing. Great job by the interior defense of New Pal. They're very active, as we mentioned. You're going to hear Kyle King a lot. I mean, 17 sacks on the season, 62 tackles, 24 of those are tackles for loss.
I tell you what, how active that front three is, and those linebackers do such a great job of taking the right angle in pursuit. And again, I just like how active New Pal is up front, and they're going to have to be, because when they're pulling, you better get in the hip of the puller, or it could be a long night.
We'll say he lost one to make it 2nd down and 11. New Pal showing designs of bringing pressure, and they do. Heyman steps up through the pressure and squeezes a little something out of nothing before Austin Keeley's able to knock him down.
Well,
Keel, 34 tackles on the season.
And I love what Heyman does here. Pressure comes. He doesn't back out. He steps up. Again, yes, a little bit of a gain, but now it's not 3rd and 20 like a lot of young quarterbacks like to back up. I like the way that he's stepping up.
Pretty good individual play by Keel. I mean, he shoestring tackle there, and that's all it took, because he had some daylight. So 3rd down and 9. Heyman looking to throw, going to air it out, looking up the left sideline. He's got a receiver open. He bobbles it, hauls it in, and he's down to the 1-yard line.
Wow.
Zenon Wilhelm stayed with it, came down to the turf with the football. A big gain for Michigan City, and they're knocking on the door again.
I tell you what, and Brody Luker, fantastic job of defending. It just was a great throw and catch. What I love what Heyman does there, gives his receiver a chance. And again, what an incredible acrobatic catch here. And now Michigan City's knocking on the door again.
No, that's not bad defense.
No, it's great defense.
You can't complain about it, really. I mean, that's just a great individual play. And, yeah, pretty nice delivery on the touch by Bryce Heyman. So conventional wisdom says that Phil Mason will take 4 shots at the goal line here. McFerrin gets to the goal line, doesn't break the plane as things stiffen up. And as we've said, from guard to guard, since Tyler Horsley was put in at nose tackle, things have been a little tougher to come by in terms of yardage inside for Michigan City. Quick snap, touchdown.
Touchdown, Michigan City.
Really didn't give the defense a chance to get set there. Great heads-up play on the cadence by Bryce Heyman.
Well, again, Phil Mason, nice job. We talked about his experience here. He understands, don't let him get set, pull that wonderful right guard again in Stefanko. And again, great job by Lyric of just kind of just hiding there, behind there, and McFadden scores.
Riley Shreve is set to attempt the point after.
Riley Shreve on to attempt the extra point.
Whistle. It's typically somebody in the neutral zone. Weebo's put 7 more on the board, by the way. Somebody.
Illegal procedure against Michigan City.
Maybe moving a bit up front before the snap, so back them up 5. Shouldn't be an issue, I wouldn't think.
Anxious here, Mark, just to see, how New Palestine responds. Haven't been behind a lot this season, if at all, and so I'm anxious just see them respond here.
Kick is up, and the 5 yards did not hurt him at all. And a minute 47 left in the first quarter.
They've done it. Rights and Memorial down here in the greater Evansville area, which is a good center for football, Keith. Taylor with the hike. He gives it to Stamps. Oh, the big boy Dalton Mills with a great play.
You think Mills might have watched that on film a couple times this week?
Freshman. 6'4", 280.
Michigan City comes back and scores a touchdown late in the first quarter. They lead 10-7 over New Pal.
All right. So it is 2nd down and 11 for Marion here. I apologize. Mills is a senior. I don't know. I must not have changed my sheet here, but officials going to confer about something.
This is when the center is going to tie his shoe and take an extra 30-second break here.
Is that like the run and shoot offenses and the player faking an injury kind of thing?
I just need another second or two, please.
Okay. Oh, my shoe's untied. All right, here we go back again. I'm surprised how far back behind the line of scrimmage Stamps is, Keith. Oh, and in motion he goes now as he comes out, but we have...
You got a motion. You got offsides.
Offsides? Again, that's the second time they've called that, one on each squad. You know, big games like this, sometimes you get a little jumpy, and that'll make it a more manageable second down.
Well, you get so excited about the game, and you just lose focus a little bit. There's still 16, 17-year-old young men out on the field.
All right, second down and about 6 for Marion as Taylor takes the snap, keeps it, found some space, trying to get around the corner, gets a little bit close to a first down. I think he is going to get a first down as a photographer got popped there on the sideline. Hope he's okay.
Tell you what, you don't want to stand that close to the sideline.
No, you do not. There is an injury on the field, however, for Marion. An offense
closed by that defensive front with support from Chase Triplett as an outside linebacker, 6'3", 225.
My goodness, I tell you what, up front, watch this. It gets dented, and again, they just come in, and those linebackers filled so quickly there, even with the extra blocker of Spiegel there. But again, when you're losing the line of scrimmage on either side, boy, it makes life miserable for you as a coach.
Morgan Hurt came up in his free safety position to offer run support as well. Fumble on the snap, and he's just got to fall on it. This does not look like the New Pal that we have seen all throughout the course of the season, and I think that defensive front is the reason why.
Well, I tell you what, again, they're a little shaken, but what Kyle's done, how he's built this program here, they're going to be fine. I think he's got to get him just to calm down and breathe a little bit here, but it is something that right now they are a little shook.
Raudebush is going to punt it away again, and as we mentioned, he had 13 attempts coming into this game all season long in 12 games, and he's punted 3 times now, and we're not into the second quarter yet.
Again, credit that front of Michigan City. They really are causing some issues for this New Palestine offense.
Great crowd made the trip down.
It's third quarter as it's getting close to winning time, Keith.
Right to the end zone, touchdown, Elliott Young! And that will capitalize the semi-state performance here from Western Boone.
Who would have thought that with multiple fourth down opportunities, 4th and medium, 4th and long, that this JV squad can score on Southridge's varsity team. Southridge has given up almost 30 points a game in the last 3 games, and here it's 48-7 right now, waiting for this extra point attempt by Elliott Young.
This offense has surpassed their average of 42 points per game, now standing at 48, and what offensive coordinator Jamie Comer has been able to do with this offense is just unbelievable. It's remarkable, especially him being a defensive guy, went to Brownsburg for his high school career. His dad won 2 state championships with Brownsburg. Brett Comer, who was also the
Lord Iota. So, let's see what Central can do now here as they've got Schutte trying to get outside. He gets up to about the 5-yard line, gives them a little bit more room. As they're getting a little bit better push with Schutte here in the second half than they did in the first. Both quarterbacks always head towards the sideline to get the play calls, Keith.
Yeah, again, we talked about the 40-second play clock. Hope that it stays in the Indiana rule book. I love that. Gets you plenty of time.
All right, second down for, I think down about 7 for Central. They give it to Schutte. Boy, great job of tackling there for Marion. That's 17, Brennan Martin, a defensive end. Great penetration as they're not letting Schutte get going at all.
If he beat Martin, he's got 5, 6, 7, 8 yards up the field.
That first hit's taking him down. They're doing a great job of tackling.
How about both of these offensive defensive lines played very, very well. They will be very tired.
Yes, they will.
This evening.
And this is a case where you definitely want to try and get a first down, at least 1, maybe 2, again, Keith, so you don't have field position issues.
Yeah, and you want to get out of the shadow of your own end zone.
In the shotgun is Harper, back to pass, and he doesn't get rid of the football again. He's lucky he didn't get a safety. He holds on to it too long, and that's cost him quite a few times tonight.
And he got back to about the 3.
It looked like he wanted to go deep, and, man, if you see that pressure, just chuck it out of bounds.
Again, good defensive secondary by Marion. Coverage sack. That's the 3rd or 4th one tonight with 2 minutes and 12 seconds to play in this third quarter.
And Coach was telling us how well he thought Harper was playing as he came into this game, and he struggled a little bit on some of the passing.
Now you got to watch where your foot lands.
Yes, the back line definitely needed a good hike here as they got one. And it's a line drive bounce to Burke. Great field position they're going to have here. Got to make some tackles. As he breaks one, gets down inside the 30, comes back, and he's inside the 20.
Wow.
And there's that field position game again coming into play.
Yeah, you're going to be at the 18-yard line with 1:46 to play in the third quarter. It's just good. Again, Central leads 14-7, but Marion now knocking on the door again. Field position definitely has gone Marion's way the whole entire day.
Yes, and 1:46 to go. They could definitely do some damage here as we get ready to end of the third quarter.
Under 6 to play in the fourth. Wevo's on their way to the state, 48-7.
Pitch out to Stamps. He's got the edge. Boberg trying to get him. He brings him down by his arm at about the 13-yard line. I've never seen a tackle like that before anywhere.
How about Jordan making a great play there? Stamps, 105 carries, 41 yards a game, 73 yards just last week, 5 touchdowns on the year.
We'll see what they do here. Clock running now. Under a minute 20 to go. They're running the play clock still. They have 3 receivers here to the short side. It would not surprise me to see them put Burke in motion, Keith. As they're going to run it down to the end. Oh, and motion is Stamps. They may look to go to him with the bubble. No, they're going to come across the middle. Wide open in the end zone for a touchdown. He found the slot. He sat in the open spot. Brendan Martin, touchdown Marion.
Martin wide open. Zone broke down there, John.
It did quite a bit as Brendan Martin found that soft spot in the end zone and got the touchdown pass, a 13-yard touchdown pass at, my goodness, 11:03.
This is a big point.
Yes. Kick is up, and it is.
That's what's going to happen. Bryce Heyman gets the call from Phil Mason on 4th down and 5 from the 21. No reason not to do this as well as your defense is playing, regardless of what happens. Ships McFerrin to the right side, going to send him into the route out of the backfield, but look for the slant route. Really well covered defensively. Riker Large was there to blanket the intended target, and New Powell bends, but they don't break.
Tell you what, great job by the Dragons there. Brought a little pressure, but again, what I love, their back end, the secondary did a great job of closing the alleys to throw the ball there, and a nice stand there. Again, like you talked about, Mark, bend but didn't break. Huge stand by the Dragons defense.
Wilhelm, the intended target, but again, Large with the outstanding play defensively. So New Powell looking to get untracked offensively now. You see with under 10 to play in the half. Looking to get Spiegel untracked. Haven't seen him have much success yet, and he does it there. Maybe a yard before Royce Robinson tackles him around the legs.
Tell you what, we haven't seen this in a long time. A 6'1". And again, it really, I think at this point, there's just more defenders at the line of scrimmage than there are blockers for New Palestine. Look for some kind of play on the edge. They've got to figure out a way to seal the front of Michigan City to get Spiegel going.
Neely with Colby Jenkins in motion from left to right. Looking for single coverage. Has a man open up the seam. There was a little bit of contact off the line of scrimmage, but all in all, pretty good defense by the Michigan City Wolverines. Solomon Martin there on the coverage.
Again, 3rd and long. Great job by the Michigan City defense here. Again, I just like they're putting New Palestine in situations they haven't been in most of the year. And I'm anxious to see how Kyle Ralph and the Dragons respond.
Blake Austin was the intended target at 6'1", a sophomore. He's 5 catches for 89 yards.
Oh
Big
my.
first down opportunity, and got 2 receivers all by their lonesome. And one of them is going to get to the end zone. Riker Large with a touchdown catch. A breakdown defensively, mixed up in communication by Michigan City. And just like that, New Powell gets back out in front, and that's what makes them so very, very dangerous. When you get inside the red zone, You simply cannot come away with empty possessions because they're going to make you pay eventually.
Great job by Kyle Ralph. They run a fake alley screen, meaning the outside linebacker came up to act like he was going to catch the ball. They released 2 receivers there. All 3 defenders for Michigan City came up to stop the alley screen or quick screen. Great job, great throw by Zach Neely.
Alex Kropp, 92 of 95 on PATs this season. Riker Large is the holder. Bryce Freeman, the long snapper. Enjoy today's game. Help make sure the resources.
Cut across the left, and boy, great pass there by Keyshawn Taylor. Tied this ball game up at 14, 51.2 seconds to go here.
Now they have changed it. It was not going to be a dead ball foul. Now It's 1st and 10.
A little motion there from Frazier. And it's Boberg, and what a great job. Penetration there by big man up front. That's Ruben Brewer just blowing it up. Holy smokes.
His buddy Brendan Martin on to play as well.
Man, oh man, loss of 3. Boy, they put Frazier in motion to try and help out Boberg, and that blew up in their face.
You kind of like the misdirection, but I tell you what, Marion has played a great job defensively.
I can't believe they haven't tried to go to DePriest again, as we had probably the last play of the 3rd quarter here. There it is. Just throw that out of the – it's trying to get to DePriest, but he had Bowman wide open in the flat down here and tried to make a bigger play to DePriest, and it's going to be 3rd down and 13.
How about the Marion Giants fans over on the far side, on their feet, giving their defense a standing ovation?
I'm telling you, Keith, I'm baffled. You know, Harper has had great stats all year. Just some of his decision-making in this game, you've got to question, because he had Bowman in the flat for a good chunk of yardage, but tried to make a bigger play.
You know, you see it up here a lot easier than he does down there, that's for sure.
3rd and a ton.
Misdirection.
Shooting, nope. They shut that down in a heartbeat. That was number 31, Cortavius Love for Marion. But it'll be 4th down and a punting situation when we return for the 4th quarter. We are tied at 14. You're watching the IHSA Champions Network, presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance.
He just kind of kept riding it.
He was patient. He just, again, let everything develop again. But back to what you were talking about, 270, 250, 240, 260, 230 up front. That's impressive for any level.
Even Jones among those there defensively for New Pal. Give him 8, maybe 8.5, a very manageable 2nd and short. Pressure coming. Pass up the seam, complete to Wilhelm. Great throw and catch. Slips through one would-be tackler and squeezes about 3 more out of it. And just like that, Michigan City's moving the sticks to the 41-yard line of New Pal.
I tell you what, you can't stop everything here. In this case here, great job of pitch and catch by Michigan City. Great play call there. And again, just keeping New Pal off balance here. But again, look for more activity for New Pal.
Again, Haven's thrown for almost 2,000 yards on the season. We haven't seen him run it much, but he's rushed it for another 400. McFerrin on the carry there. He's the guy giving the yeoman's share of the work across the 40 to the 39-yard line.
I tell you what, just cannot say enough about how McFerrin's playing. Love the offensive line. Again, nice job that time by New Palestine. Again, they're physical on defense. They're playing with their hands. Their linebackers are active here. And, again, they're getting a huge test right now.
We expected that answer from New Pal. I mean,
sure
eventually. We thought this one would be close. And that's exactly the way I think it's going to be through 4 quarters, in fact. Had the man open on the slant, threw it behind him just a little bit. Demetrius Garrett was the intended target, but don't know that he would have squeezed much out of it because Colby Jenkins was there defensively for New Pal.
And ball was thrown behind him. And you know, again, what I've been impressed with, again, is New Palestine's bending but not breaking. Huge 3rd down right now.
You know, if Colby Jenkins had focused on the football instead of on the receiver,
he would have might have been pick 6. Absolutely.
Because he threw it to the backside for sure. 3rd and 8. Michigan City trying to keep the drive alive. Pressure comes. He's going to run it. Heyman does. Not going to get much. Ball comes loose, but he was already down just shy of the 35-yard line.
Heyman with the carry.
Interesting call here, 36-yard line. As well as you're playing on defense, really the one big play by New Palestine on offense here. Boy, again, I'd be tempted to go for it. It looks like that's what Coach Mason may be doing.
We saw Decatur Central a couple of times pooch punt line
Yeah.
up in that
Oh, yeah.
offensive formation, not traditional punt formation. And this might be a consideration here because you're going to give New Pal pretty decent field position. You go for it and don't get it. They're going to throw it out in the flat. McFerrin going to try to get to the corner. It ain't going to happen, folks. Maxon Hook, ball hawking from the middle of the football field, and we've talked about him. 48 assists, 12 tackles for loss, and 61 tackles, and he sniffed that out almost from the very beginning.
What I love about what New Pal's team does on defense, they play great. They take great angles. Hook took a fantastic angle. Again, Lyric by yourself is scary. He used the sideline as another defender, but I like the angle he took. He played inside out, meaning he kept his outside arm free and just rode McFadden out of bounds.
David Jones was also there to blow that play up from his linebacking position. He has 77 tackles on the season, 10 of those for loss. So New Pal up 14-10 with another possession here. They dispatch the running back out of the backfield. They're looking up the seam and in and out of the hands of the intended target, Riker Large.
I tell you what, Mark, due to both teams being able to run the football, nobody's playing with a free safety. The middle of the field is wide open, which is why you see so many post routes, slant routes, just because both teams have such respect for the running game. They're able to play straight man-to-man, and they're trying to stop that run first.
Spiegel went in motion, took a linebacker with him to clear out the middle of the field. This time they're going to give him a run, and he's going to run over one, then another, break a tackle, and there he is. Been wondering where he's been all afternoon, and all of a sudden he gets the football across the midfield stripe down inside the 40 to about the 39.
Great job by Spiegel. Look at his leg drive. I love talk about running it with a lean. Fantastic job of just taking care of tacklers with him.
New Pal picking up the pace a little bit. Spiegel, they're trying to get him in rhythm, I think, here. He grounds out about 2.
I'll tell you what, Mark, nobody had Neely, the quarterback, out, on that last play there. Look for that same type play again, but look for Zach to keep the ball.
Oh, my goodness, there was no one out there. Pick up of 3, 2nd and 7. He's going to run this time.
The end zone, and that's the easiest 2 points that you can have right there, and that's a big 2 point.
And not only that, Central gets the ball back. Let's see who makes the tackle. Is it Razell Joyner? I believe it is Razell Joyner with a huge play for the Bears.
Up and dropped. 38, Robert Jefferson. First time we've called his number from his inside linebacker position. And that's noticeable because they lose a couple on that and now make it about 4th and about 7.
In the tempo of New Pal's offense now, they're trying to go faster, trying to wear down the Michigan City defense.
And they jump. Going to give him 5 free ones and open up the playbook a little bit for Kyle Ralph.
Well, I tell you what, that's a direct reflection of what just happened with 3 straight plays going fast. You get tired, and all of a sudden you forget about being disciplined and sound. Great coaching move. It doesn't show up in the box score, but great job by Kyle Ralph.
So walk off 5, make it a manageable 4th down and 2. So that gives Kyle Ralph and company a few more options.
I would say look for Neely around the left side here.
Well, and Spiegel is lined up at a point to where he's kind of going to run fullback, and he does. He wedges forward across the 30 to the 29-yard line, and the spot's going to move the sticks. I mean, here's the thing. When he lines up in front of him talking about Spiegel, you know where the football's going, but can you stop it?
Well, with the 6-1 here, again, there's not much that Michigan City can actually do just because of the fact that there's nobody left.
Well, we have a Michigan City Wolf who's shaken up a little bit. One thing is consistent. Things change. When they do, your insurance coverage should too. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance can help find agents in every Indiana county at infarmbureau.com. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, stop knocking on wood. That is Royce Robinson at 6 foot 250 and a senior, and that is something that they can ill afford to have happen in terms of losing him, but he gets up under his own power and is going to trot it off the field.
I'll tell you what, Mark, I've been just impressed on this drive. Tempo has really caused Michigan City problems. Talking to some of the staff before the game, they felt like that could be an advantage for them, trying just to wear down this front, who has really been dominant up to this point. What New Pal's team's done, they haven't panicked. they do what they do. Starting to see now Spiegel get involved in Neely. Look in this formation here. Look for some kind of run pass here.
First down and 10 for New Pal. Neely, keeper, running room, right side. Trying to get the angle was Jefferson. He hoped to make the stop, but just too strong that quarterback was. And is able to squeeze about 4.5, maybe 5 out of it. Western Boone, it is a final. They beat Southridge 38-7, so it'll be Western Boone taking on Eastbrook for the state championship next week.
Great matchup.
Second down and 6. They'll try Spiegel. Boy, look at that leg drive. Just carrying would-be tacklers with him. Jefferson trying to reach some sort of an agreement with him to getting on the turf, and he picks up about 2.5, maybe 3 more, brings up a third down and 3. And look at the pace. You see the pace now, New Pal. This is more New Pal football, what we're seeing now. Third down and 3. Neely, keeper, finds a seam, gets a first down and then some, gets whacked down and around the 16-yard line. But again, first down yardage before that happens. Chase Triplett, Brian Walker stepping up from the linebacking core in the secondary on the tackle.
What New Pal seems able to do is get a lineman up to that single linebacker. When they do that, there's no one left for Neely.
Colby Jenkins in motion. That's the guy you saw flash across your screen. Charlie Spiegel, not much there as finally Ernest Frierson gets active again.
Well, I'll tell you what, this front has been done such a great job. Again, look for Neely here to take that same play and keep it and even have a chance to throw out of it here because, again, you know, this Michigan City front is so active. They're really attacking.
95 yards? You've got to be kidding me.
Touchdown.
You have got to be kidding me.
And the quarterback got hit hard at the end of
You talk about the C's parting.
Wow.
My goodness. Did anyone even touch him?
Goes back to pace. It goes back to just taking that drive. Watch, great job up front by the offensive line. Linebacker goes to the wrong gap. Spiegel all by himself. He would have scored in flag football.
Oh, boy.
Great job up front. We keep talking about Michigan City's defensive line. Now that offensive line for New Palestine has made a few adjustments, and Kyle Ralph and his and company are really hitting on all cylinders.
That's pretty when they run it right, isn't it?
Oh, my goodness.
Ball is down. The kick is up, and Alex Croft, virtually automatic during the regular season on PAT, makes the lead 21-7 New Pal. You see under 4 to play in the half on the IHSAA Champions Network presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance.
Central. Here's the play. It is at the 8-yard line, so it's going to be 92 yards for sure. And what a play by DePriest, and a great block downfield, too, as he's calling him over. And man, oh man, the safety runs huge. 92-yard touchdown pass to Malcolm DePriest, although, as we did say, Harper took quite a shot there.
official 90 yards.
90 yards. And Harper came off slowly, so we'll keep an eye on him as the trainers are looking at him. And it is a 2-score game with 9.5 to go here in the fourth quarter, and what a turn of events.
Man, quick turnaround, huh?
What an unbelievable game for the sophomore, Malcolm DePriest. Oh, I take that back. He's a senior. Maybe Bowman is a sophomore. DePriest is a senior. Short kick, caught down at the 21.
Flip it on you so quickly is the thing.
Well, the one thing that ends up happening at this time of the year, you've got great skill, you've got great physicality, but you've got explosive players. Normally, if you are playing right now, besides playing great defense, you have the ability to score and score quickly. Both teams do, as we've seen early on.
I mean, the interception return for a touchdown could have been a tough thing for Michigan City to come back from. They did just that. But, you know, the play action that caused the breakdown in defense and created the long score on 3rd and long, I think, made a big, big difference for New Pal. Really gave them a ton of confidence. Good run by McFerrin. Turns into a rugby scrum after he picks up about 5 where they drop him. Fabian in on the stop, so 2nd and 5, maybe 6 would be more accurate.
Well, I'll tell you what, again, just a great job. You talk about a scrum. Just, again, this body on body and let McFadden just kind of, or McFerrin just kind of wait and wait and wait. Nice job by the offensive line.
Michigan City with a full complement of timeouts, but it might be a ways away from thinking about using any of those on second down at about 5. You know, the arm is not spectacular, that completion to Garrett, but it's very, very efficient. It does a nice tight spiral and not a lot of loft on the football. I mean, doesn't have the quickest release in the world, but, boy, I tell you, Phil Mason glowed about him. Said he almost started him last year.
Yeah, watched him warm up, and I tell you what, Bryce just throws a nice, very consistent ball.
Didn't have to move the sticks. McFerrin not going to find much real estate. Kyle King. Jones getting off the pile.
Kyle King along with Jacob Hockett.
An interesting second down call here. They, the last couple drives, they've, Michigan City has abandoned the run and went for a quick pass here. I'd almost stay true and give the ball to McFerrin again just because he's been doing so well.
Earlier, got Michael Bradford into the act, and he's in that H-back position. He blocks more often than not. Doesn't have much in the way of hands. Looking up the sidelines again for who's clearly his favorite target in Garrett and misfires.
Well, I don't want to underestimate. This is the big third down play here.
So my question is, as an offensive coordinator and a play caller, did you ever have a left-handed quarterback? And if you did it affect your play calling?
25 years, never had a left-hander, and yes, it has to, because you got to flip it in your own mind on what is his throwing side.
So big third down here, because if you give the ball back at this point, there's plenty of time for Newpal with 2 timeouts. Little screen pass to Wilhelm. Tries to find some room and is not going to get enough. Plenty of support from the secondary. Jacob Hockett among those stepping up to make the tackle for Newpal. So on 4th down and 3, it looks like they're going to kick it away.
Unbelievable job by Hockett of playing off the block of the receiver and to keep Michigan City short of the sticks there. Huge play, huge stand by New Palestine.
Riley Shreve set to punt it away. Colby Jenkins stands at about the 25-yard line, waiting to receive the punt. We'll see if Newpal can get one more on the board. Plenty of time to do so. A couple of timeouts and 1:47 left in the half. That is a knuckleball, and Newpal is going to get great field position. Ball rolls inside the 40 to about the 38-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 Dragons. Not an exchange that Phil Mason wanted to see. He was, at the very least, as you said, getting the ball to start the second half, would have loved to have burned out the clock, whether he got another point on the board or not.
I tell you, with 2 timeouts left, the way the New Palestine pace of their offense really affected Michigan City. I thought Michigan City might have been trying to go for a fake there. The punter kept looking over at Coach Mason. Coach Mason kept eyeballing what New Palestine was doing there. Again, got away with really a poor punt.
Spiegel with 3 receivers to the top of the screen. Neely, little pump fake. Up the right sideline over through his intended target.
Pass intended for Eric Raudebush is incomplete.
See Raudebush in your picture there. Jones there defensively
Second down,
for Michigan City. Newpal, as we said, 72-4 in 6 seasons under Kyle Ralph, 6-time conference champions. 4 semi-state since 2013. They were the 2014 4A champs. Runners-up in 90 and in 2015. On 2nd down and 10, Spiegel. Not much about 3.
Charlie Spiegel with the carry.
Well, I remember that game of Fort Wayne Snyder and Newpal. My goodness, how many some odd points put on the board between those two?
I just remember that it was a state record for most points scored. It was an incredible play game. Athletes all over the field, well played, well coached.
I did sidelines for that one. I said to Kurt Tibbin in the postgame, I said, well, it's just that was your game plan, wasn't it? That way you drew it up. And he goes, oh, my goodness, yeah, that was our plan for sure. He just laughed about it. 3rd down, 9, Neely. Looking toward the middle of the field, has a man open, and he overshot his intended target. Blake Austin had a step and then some on Solomon Martin. Now, 45.9 seconds left. Michigan City gets another shot at the football.
So
And huge defensive stand.
Unbelievable there, Stan, knowing the fact that what has gone on the last two possessions of the New Palestine offense there, Neely just off just a little bit there with his throws. Good job and good defense by Michigan City.
Raudenbush set to punt it. Been much busier than Kyle Ralph would like for him to be. That's a line drive that's going to get over the head of Michigan City. Is going to be down at about the 17-yard line for a guy that doesn't do it a lot. He had a good one there.
I tell you what, line drive, great job. Fourth punt, I believe, of the game. Had 13 punts total coming into the semi-state.
So at halftime, have a talk with somebody. I think, guys, look.
Hey, this is not what I'm used to doing. And again, he's done a great job. Eric has as a receiver, and obviously has executed the punting game well. And really look for Michigan City here just to take a knee or to be very simple with their offense.
Yeah, no reason to do anything else. Nothing high risk anyway, for sure, because they'll get the football to start the second half. McFerrin to the right of his quarterback. What were we saying?
Throw the ball.
Wilhelm, the intended target, but Riker Large wasn't buying it. I mean, he was well covered over the top.
Trying to run a post with a wheel route there, trying to see if they can get a little rub with the defenders there. Didn't happen. Great job of being sound. But again, if there's no free safety in the middle of the field, take a chance. You might as well. You got nothing to lose here. The biggest thing you've got to be prepared for is if you don't want to pump the ball here back to New Palestine and allow them to have a chance to block that punt.
And deeper than the deepest. That's what you tell your defense there, huh?
I would look for a run here because I'm going to say that Brody Luker is going to play a true free safety here spot and not so much against the run.
McFerrin dives into the pile, breaks free, but things break down just about the point where he reaches the sticks. Squeezed a little something out of nothing. Got 10 on that carry, which will move the sticks, and 20 seconds left and 3 timeouts on the board, and looks like Phil Mason's going to take one of them here. Kokomo 77-0. Center Grove 31-9. Yorktown 81-13. 64 versus Mount Vernon 42 against Petalland Heights. Put 76 up on Greenfield Central. 77 on Shelbyville. 56 on Newcastle. 84 on Delta. Zionsville gave him a scare at 29-17. Anderson, they beat them 84-0, and Harrison of West Lafayette 31-7 that final. Those are the gaudy numbers that New Pal put up this season.
Well, I tell you what, anybody that watches New Palestine play, you're watching today's game. They're simple at what they do, but they're so effective. Offensive line-wise, again, the big win early in the year against Center Grove. Again, why? Because the offensive line played so well. And again, even though early on Michigan City was having success on the defensive front, they now New Palestine settled down here a little.
Down run, Jacob Boberg.
How about this offensive line? Kept blocking. Nice key blocks. Got to go for one here. Got to get this point, though. 29-14, 5-10. Wow.
What a backbreaker. Boy, what a great play call on the offensive end with the pitch to Boberg on the fake to Schutte. Once he got a great block to seal the edge up here right in front of us, just about the 50-yard line, and he just went right down the sidelines for the touchdown.
Marion, Ben just now broke.
Degenhart, it's almost blocked. Looked like he kicked it right through his arms.
He
it's
did.
Good. 30-14 now, and boy, that could be a nail in the coffin. As we look at the play here, look at this block out on the edge here. I believe it's by a wide receiver. It's coming back. Yeah, on 10 right there. What a great. And the two defenders ran into each other, and there goes Boberg.
89 made that block, Sean.
Owen Sandulo.
Soft.
Michigan City 6-1 in conference play. Maryville just behind them at 5-2. Heyman found his favorite target, Zenon Wilhelm, who breaks one tackle, then another, and a shoestring tackle brings him down at the 7.
Jacob Hockett.
Got to give it to Hockett. Did not give up on the play.
Wow, what an incredible throw. Great play. Again, watch again. I love just the tempo and just the relaxed throw. Again, and then all of a sudden magic. You know, again, I love legs don't stop. Hockett doesn't give up. Again, a touchdown saving tackle.
And I think Phil Mason, with 3.3 seconds left on the clock, is going to go for a field goal here.
As good as his kicker has been all year, again, I would think that would be the wise call.
So,
Riley Shreve is on to attempt a field goal.
Shreve will attempt the field goal.
It'll be a 32-yard field goal.
Bryce Heyman is the holder. Ball is spotted at the 22, so it's a 32-yard attempt. 3.3 seconds left, trying to pull within a score. Good snap. Ball is down. The kick is up. It's got some room, but it looks like he hooked it left. And with time expiring here in the first half, Newpal with a pretty impressive second quarter.
Coming up for the tackle here is he stays in bounds. Great tackle there by David Payne.
He gets the first down, though.
He does get a first down.
Well, I tell you what,
And,
he got that all by himself. Got a flag on the far inside.
Well, it's holding on Evansville Central. Imagine they'll take the play, though. The ad-lib capabilities of Keyshawn Taylor means they're not out of this game, Keith, and Austin Frazier looks exhausted. Number 42 for the Bears.
So if you're going to take the holding call, it depends on where the holding is.
Wait, what happened there?
Well, it is. They're going to go back to the original line of scrimmage and then get the 10-yard penalty because he was just shy of the first down.
Oh, okay. I thought he had the first down.
Nope, he was just shy of the first down. It is going to be a first down.
At their own 42, Marion with 4:54 to go, down 30-14.
I tell you what, that was a great heads-up play.
Yes, sir, it is. Taylor, he's rushed for almost 1,000 yards on the year, so he knows how to get it done in those yellow shoes. Again, no backs in the backfield, rolling out to his left, coming back opposite direction. He's got a receiver, and he's there. Oh, he dropped it. He had it. Brendan Martin had 6, and he dropped the football. That would have been huge.
Wow. There's the drop, there's the pass, and right there and just a little short.
Oh,
my goodness. Just been a little short.
Tried to run before he had it, and it cost him. Clock stops, though, 4:47.
Let's go back to the penalty. Why they took the penalty is the clock would have stopped. If they had not have took the penalty, it would have been the first down, and then the clock would have ran, so you would have lost some time.
Smart move. Okay, 2nd and 10 here.
Got a timeout.
Timeout from Marion. 4:47 to go. You know every word to your school's fight song, but can you remember your agent's last name? If you're Keith, you cannot. Let us know what you have and what you want to need. Find a local agent at infarmbureau.com. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Stop knocking on wood.
Great weekend of football down in Evansville, Indiana. We want to thank all the administrations for both of these schools who's made it very interesting for us and help us for great people.
Kathy Ferris, the athletic director here at Evansville Central, fantastic. Andy Owen, the Evansville Corporation athletic director, have been tremendous. Set us up with some great space. Been good. You got your popcorn?
I got my popcorn. I had my hamburger today. I want to thank our buddy Mike, who's helped us out all week as well.
You're going to pronounce it?
Scavera. There you go. Thank you. I'm just going to call him Mike.
That works.
He'll be down at the state finals. I tell you what, Lucas Oil Stadium will be rocking on Friday night and turn right back around on Saturday.
Halftime score, 21-10, New Palestine over Michigan City.
I tell you what, New Palestine came back strong, didn't they?
They did. All right, 2nd down and 10 for Keyshawn Taylor and the Giants, rolling to his right, or left, excuse me. Boy, he just throws a Is it picked off? No, he dropped it. DePriest jumped a little early on that, but boy, that's a rainbow, Keith. You're just, I don't know if you want the jump ball with 2 DBs back there.
I think he had the ball until he hit the ground. 4:39, third down.
3rd and 10. The bewitching hour is upon Marion right now. This is definitely 2-down territories. You got, 4.5 minutes to go here. And trying to save your season down 16 points.
Got to watch the play clock. You're down to 2.
If they do score, I didn't think they got it off, but they ran it. They run it to Burke, and there's going to be a hold right there. That is going to be a hold on Razell Joyner as Burke got some decent yardage, and it's going to be 3rd and 20. And it is Jaquan Reeves was not happy with that call.
So you go back to the line of scrimmage and you go back 10 yards.
Yes, sir. And now your backs are really against the wall. But a wounded animal is at its most dangerous, Keith, so you got to keep playing if you're Evansville Central here.
Oh, yeah, you can't give up anything.
No, if Marion scores and gets 2 points, man, it is a game again.
And we've seen them score quickly last week.
Very quickly. So 3rd and 20 from their own 30. Getting some pressure again as he's going after him. Guess who's there? Razell Joyner. Didn't get much. But it's going to be 4th and a long way to go.
But what it did is it saved you a timeout because you only have 1 left with 4:24 to play in this quarter.
And it is 4th down and about 19 yards to go. This right here could be the deciding play of the football game. You turn it over on downs here to Evansville Central if you're Marion, and it is not looking good.
Well, especially since they only had 1 timeout left.
Yes. As still the play clock is running down. They're going to call their last timeout as they let the play clock run all the way down. Last timeout with 4:24 to go, Keith. Mercy. That is really, really interesting.
Let's take a look at Friday night. It's almost all set for you. Eastbrook taking on Western Boone. That's the 2A state championship game. The 4A. Wayne, it's in 24 seconds, so we can officially say it. Either Evansville or Marion. And the 6A championship game, this will be a doozy. Carmel, Warren Central. Once again, the mid-conference just flexing it a little bit. Carmel coming out of the north. Warren Central, who you think is a very good ball club.
Very good. They got to get David Bell healthy, but Carmel barely beat Valpo. Valpo played really, really well.
Yep. And then on Saturday, Pioneer and North Vermilion, West Lafayette. Going to be interesting to see West Lafayette come into Lucas Oil Stadium, taking it on Evansville Memorial, and Decatur Central is waiting for either Michigan City or New Pal.
You've got some players on Saturday. Come see Jack Kaiser, Pioneer.
Yeah.
He's going to Notre Dame, unbelievable. You've got West Lafayette, George Karloftis is going to Purdue, Evansville Memorial, Michael Lindauer.
He's the deal, man.
I'm telling you, he was the deal.
Last night.
He was the deal. And if they get there, you've also got one of the leading scorers in the nation, Charlie Spiegel of New Palestine. They still got to finish off Michigan City at New Pal. It is also on the IHSA Champions Network. Here we go. 4th down, rolling out to his right. Now going back to his left, getting it off. Gets it off. Oh, he had the receiver open and he dropped it. Isaiah Hamilton once again tried to run with it before he caught it, and that turns it over on downs to Evansville Central.
Now what you do if you're Evansville Central, put both hands on the ball, run the ball, and hold on to the football.
You need 1 first down in its ball game because Marion has no timeouts left. With that play clock, if you get 1 first down,
4:15,
the game is over. So, and you can see Coach Burgess talking to Schutte and Harper.
And it was like, here's what you need to do.
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't a nice little pat on the back. It was firm, strong. This is where your senior leadership steps up.
It is. 3 backs in the backfield. Under center is Harper. Gives it to Schutte. And no matter what he does, stay in bounds. He gets around the corner. And, he goes out of bounds. He didn't want to do that. But he still got close to a first down. He got pushed out of bounds. Tried to tiptoe along the sidelines. 2nd and 1. Now you try and run it right up the gut a couple of times. Let the play clock run all the way down once you run a play, if you're Central here. Quarterback center exchange is huge. Up man. There's your first down. Austin Frazier. So there's your first down. Now the play clock goes back to 40. So I still think you need another first down because of that long first down run, Keith.
Right.
But Central got some good push on that Marion defensive line. Central has had the ball a lot more in the second half offensively than they did the first half. And I think it shows in the Marion defensive line because they seem pretty gassed right now.
Yeah, but you look at this game. This game started at 2 o'clock. What a ball game. Great ball game.
Here we go again. Up man Frazier.
Oh, he had plenty
just
of room.
Going to town. Running clock. Frazier is all everything for this team, isn't he? So it is at the 14-yard line. 2nd down and about 6.5. Clock is running.
At 3:05.
And the play clock still at 22.
How about this? 2 Evansville teams going to the state finals.
Like we said, first time since 2009, 2 teams from the same conference.
That's pretty amazing.
Going to the state finals. Evansville Memorial, and in another 250, Evansville Central. They just keep getting it to Frazier, and he's rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. I cannot believe I just went Keith Berman. And that is another first down, and that might just do it. 2.5 to go with the play clock. They may just take a knee at this point. Yes, we'll see what they do here. And what a huge game for Malcolm DePriest, Keith.
Yeah, as now Coach Burgess just told the officials they're going to drop to a knee. This is unbelievable. This is sportsmanship at the finest right here.
Well, yeah, you could say face of sportsmanship.
Yeah, I mean, you could go in and score again, but what does that do to you? Nothing. This is great sportsmanship. You got to have hats off to this coaching staff. Takes the knee.
Malcolm DePriest, 79, 63, and 90-yard touchdown receptions today for Evansville Central, a team that came in as a run-first team. Has those 3 long touchdown passes.
Let's look at the halftime score. Halftime score was 14-7. And at the end of the third quarter, the score was 14-14. So excellent.
Another player I thought that played really well for Central, Keith, Razel Joyner, the defensive end. Put a lot of pressure on Keyshawn Taylor. Had the big safety that really was the turning point in this football game.
Yeah, you're exactly right. As they drop to a knee one more time here. Now it's 3rd down. The only thing bad about this is you're getting negative yardage here, but I don't think you really care. You're going to Lucas Oil Stadium.
I don't think they care either. Evansville Central will take on Fort Wayne Dwenger Friday evening at Lucas Oil Stadium for the 4A state championship. How about that if you're Troy Burgess? Year 1, you make it to Lucas Oil Stadium.
And Troy's been, he coached for a long, long time. He was at Greenfield Central for a while. He was at South Putnam for a while. Had some good teams there, but took some time off, became an AD, came back to the game, and boy, he's got to have a smile on his face today. Congratulations. And what a season for the Marion Giants.
Craig Chambers did a great job.
13-0 all the way. great effort.
And you know what? And they beat a great Mooresville team last week without their best player, their running back, J.K. Thomas. But a valiant effort from the Giants falls just short as their first loss of the season denies them a trip to Lucas Oil. Your final score here from Evansville Central: the Bears of Evansville Central 30, the Marion Giants 14, and it's time for the handshake at midfield.
Yeah, now the Giants' only loss of the year finishes 13-1. Evansville moves on. They go to Lucas Oil Stadium with the record of 13-1. Great ball game. What a crowd.
Things change. Your insurance should too. Talk to an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent, and now you can stop knocking on wood.
Hi, I'm Matt Wolford, president of the IHSAA Foundation, and we need your help. We need your help so the youth of our community can develop advanced leadership skills. We need your help giving high school administrators and coaches the instruction and insight they need to be better role models and teachers. To learn more or to make a tax-deductible contribution, go to ihsaafoundation.org. You'll not only be contributing to the foundation of the IHSAA, you'll be contributing to the foundation of our community.
Want to know what I like best about playing basketball for my high school? I like it because it's a place where my friends get to see me play. I like it because I'm playing for someone besides myself. I'm playing for everybody in my school and every person in my community.
Indiana high school sports. They're more than just a game.
Come and see me play.
This is Old You. And this is Now You.
Five wears his fire hat and coat in the rain.
Things change. Your insurance should too. Talk to an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent. And now you can stop knocking on wood.
I don't think of this as a high school weight room. It's more like a high school classroom. I'm learning how to manage my time here. I'm learning that it's important to have goals and that it takes persistence and commitment to reach them. And I'm learning that the best way to lead is by example.
Indiana high school sports. They're more than just a game.
Come and see me play.
Becoming a licensed sports official is a great way to make a positive difference in the community and support the over 160,000 Indiana student athletes that participate across 21 IHSAA sports. Sports officiating allows you to stay connected to the game, become a role model for our young student athletes, earn extra money, and support the patrons and communities of our IHSAA member schools. To learn more about becoming a licensed IHSAA official, log on to ihsaa.org/officials today.
Watching that promo, we talked about it last week when we were at Decatur Central. If you've not attended Wrestling State Championships at Bankers Life Fieldhouse, make that a must-see event. I mean, if you are a fan of sports in general, in an ultra-charged atmosphere, the thing that fascinates me is just the championship round, the face-off, and just everything comes together to create an incredible atmosphere with some ultra fine-tuned athletes for sure, and it's quite an event. But a long way to go to get there. But in the more immediate future, celebrate the holidays with family and friends, and we wish you well in that regard. But please plan to join us at Lucas Oil Stadium. It's a pretty good 2 days, isn't it, my friend?
Well, I tell you what, the one thing that the IHSA has done in every event, in every state championship, is the venues are second to none. The experiences that you get in football in Lucas Oil, Bankers Life in basketball, Bankers Life in wrestling. I mean, just, what the IHSA provides for our student athletes here in our state is second to none. And thank you again to the Colts who allow us to use their venue of Lucas Oil next weekend. And it's something, if you've not been to a state championship, you really need to come down. It's something, it's a 2-day event that is like no other. And, again, it's just a special time for communities and family, and we hope that you'll spend Thanksgiving with us.
And how about the Sky Point, as they say, to the legend, the longtime coach at Indianapolis, Washington, Coach Bob Springer, who was, when he headed up the Football Coaches Association, came up with the concept of everybody gets in, and I know Coach Springer's got to be smiling down for sure.
Well, I tell you what, we've had some great leadership in our association, and Bob Springer definitely had the vision and the foresight to be able to do that. And on that same note, we lost a great visionary leader in Joe Goodman this last week, and something I sent our thoughts and prayers to Coach Goodman as he passed away. The funeral was this morning, viewing last night, and again, guys like Springer and like Goodman really had the foresight and the ability to take our sport to new heights.
The world lost a master storyteller in Coach Joe Goodman. I mean, you talk about a guy that could light up a room and make it laugh for sure. And the world's a little less friendlier place without guys like Joe Goodman. And very well put, Coach. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and his friends. Rest in peace, our friend, for sure. What do you tell your ball club if you're Kyle Ralph? Kyle's a guy, a few words, quite frankly, and I don't know that he needs to tell his ball club much of anything. I mean, I think that second quarter showed exactly what this football program's made of.
Well, again, they didn't panic. He didn't panic. And I think the thing I love, if you're a young coach, watch Kyle Ralph on the sideline. He's poised, he's calm, and his team plays that way. They didn't get shook. They just, again, they had to strap it up a little bit, and they had to start making plays, and they did in all phases of the game.
Yeah, you look at him when he's up 21 or down 21, which doesn't happen very often.
Sure.
But when he is down, you can't tell the difference between the two.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we'll see. It looks like Michigan City is going to get an opportunity at a return, 20, 25, maybe the 30-yard line. It all depends on the spot. And McFerrin, the guy who carried the football most of the time of the first half on the return there, get it across the 30 to the 31. And that's where Michigan City, Bryce Heyman and company will go to work.
I really like the way McFerrin played. Lyric was electric again, just patient and just took what the defense gave him and really caused some issues for that New Palestine front.
We'll see what chess game has unfolded now. They go back to McFerrin, and he squeezes about 2 out.
Lyric McFerrin on the carry.
See a lot of red shirts getting off the pile. Among them,
Austin
Keel at 6'1", 258, a senior. We mentioned him at about 35 tackles coming in and a handful of tackles for loss.
What I'll be really anxious is just how do the corners play for New Palestine, because, again, they're on an island. Their secondary is on island. No help here because Michigan City has run the ball so well in the first half.
Generous spot gives him +3, and Heyman looking to throw. Looks over the middle, and it looks like it was intercepted, and it was at the 45-yard line. Eric Raudebush, the punter, steps up from his free safety position to make the theft for New Pal.
Great job. Heyman just way behind his receiver. An unbelievable job here by Brody Luker. Just a fantastic job off the deflection, and again, gives New Palestine great starting field position.
Thanks for the correction there. Got to give the credit to Brody Luker. We called Raudebush on it, and it was indeed Brody Luker who laid out and made that catch.
Well, again, could not start any worse for Phil Mason. We talked at halftime. They need to come out and establish the run and put some points on the board, not give the ball right back to New Palestine.
See if Neely keeps it, gets in behind Spiegel. He cuts inside of him instead. He doesn't follow the block to the outside. He thought he saw a seam, but nothing really developed as Hurt stepped up to make the tackle.
And really all Neely is doing is reading the linebacker, thought the linebacker was going to go outside with Spiegel, didn't, and felt like he can make a one-cut run there, but nice job at Michigan City.
+1, and you see New Pal in and out of the huddle in a hurry. Neely looking to throw, has some room up the middle and has it complete to Colby Jenkins. who runs very disciplined routes and has the good set of hands that you like to see in a receiver.
Thought we might see that. Spiegel was lined up in almost like a blocking formation in front of Neely. And again, great job of being patient by Zach.
From the 33, New Pal getting back in rhythm again. Jenkins goes in motion to the top of the screen. That's trips to the right side. Neely steps up in the pocket, and he'll see it collapse. And got a little something out of it, about a yard and a half maybe. Justin Wozniak from his outside linebacker spot makes the tackle along with Royce Robinson.
Again, Kyle Ralph going for the home run there, a double move, almost like a hitch and go. A nice job of being sound and playing disciplined defense by Michigan City.
No gain on the play. He salvaged a little something out of it in terms of not taking a loss. Let's say he lost one. Some running room for Charlie Spiegel, and I don't know that you tackle him, you try to reach an agreement.
Well, I tell you what, we talked about how, Michigan City and McFerrin runs with a lean. Watch Spiegel here. He runs with a lean. He is the hammer and not the nail. Love how his lower body in pregame, I'm watching him, he is put together from the waist on down.
Nathaniel Ware was hanging on for dear life until he got some help to make the stop. Another run by Spiegel. Close to a first down. He might be the length of the football shy, but this is most assuredly four-down territory. Officials, I think, going to take a look at it, see if they need to measure it. It's just across the 25, laying on about the 24-yard line. They're going to say, no, it's fourth down. So, big play. Both sides of the football here.
I would look for Spiegel to be lined up in front of Neely and look for Neely to take it off tackle. And just as I say that, we're looking at a normal pistol formation.
Niley, Spiegel. The pile, I think, just the surge that they get off the offensive line is going to be enough to get him the first down.
I tell you what, if Neely would have kept the ball there was nobody outside. Everybody, Michigan City sold out to stop Spiegel there, and I understand why he gave it. But if he would have kept it there, goodness gracious.
Now, they've got guys on headsets up here in the box, and somebody's going to see that. That's about the third or fourth time we've seen that.
Exactly.
And at some point, they're going to take advantage of it, you would think. We'll throw. Not really a quick screen. They just run the defenders off a little bit. He stays put. Sees that soft cushion out there. Defenders playing well off, and it results in a gain of 4.
Well, again, run or pass.
Yeah.
Run or pass 3 to 4 yards. They're happy with that. The clock is running. Michigan City is not on the offensive here. I just like the rhythm and pace at what New Pal's playing at.
I got to think that's probably something he checked you at the line of scrimmage, don't you? Once
Absolutely.
you saw the defender playing off that. Now he keeps it, tries the middle this time, and has some success across the 15 to the 14.
Well, the one thing that, you and I both agree on, inside the 30-yard line, probably inside the 40, New Palestine is in four-down territory. So some of these calls on second and third down are, Kyle realizes, hey, I've got a fourth down still, which changes how you call a game.
A third down at about 2. Neely, the keeper. The ball pops out, but I think they would have called him down anyway. Looks like they're going to spot the football about where it came out. Question is, did he get to the 10? I don't think he did. He didn't quite get to the 10. They'll spot it at the 11, so it's not first and goal. He did get the first down, though. It's not first and goal, though. Ball is on the 11. Typical New Pal drive that results in a touchdown for Charlie Spiegel. And didn't we see something just like that in the first half?
I tell you what a great job up front. It all starts up front. The linemen for New Palestine are able to get to the next level. Linebacker for Michigan City guesses the wrong gap. Spiegel, one cut, wouldn't have got touched and flag, as I said earlier, on his last touchdown. Fantastic drive.
I bet Spiegel doesn't sit in the desk of his classes. I bet he sits at a squat rack. I mean, just looking at the way that
lower body,
together.
That lower body of his is just impressive, to say the least. And again, it all starts up front. Great job of answering and really starting this second half the way they ended the first half.
We'll see if Michigan City answers. The IHSAA Champions Network is presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Well, we have drawn the attention of the Anderson University Sports Information Director, Steve Heath, who is a New Pal grad and a longtime friend of mine. He and I have worked together on several occasions, going all the way back to our days at WISU on the Indiana State campus back in the mid-1980s. And Steve has been there as the SID for a couple. What a great decision they made in hiring Steve Rock to guide their fortunes, their football program.
Well, I tell you what, Steve Rock does it the right way. You're starting to see people come from Franklin College and at Hanover and at Anderson, and you're seeing the Mike Leonard tree start to grow a little bit, and for good reason.
Lyric McFerrin on the return, and you might have heard some of the red-clad faithful below us saying, let's go defense. Well, that's what they have done for about the last quarter and a half. They've gone, and they've done so to the, I guess, chagrin of the Michigan City Wolves.
Well, I'll tell you what, just stay patient. If you're Phil Mason here in Michigan City, you've run the ball well. You've got yourself in trouble when you tried to throw the ball here. Again, give the ball to McFerrin, let him do his thing.
Really not done well since that first quarter when he ran at will. That'll help the cause. Heyman with a nice run all the way to the midfield stripe. Boy, he showed some wheels there. We mentioned he had 69 carries for 400 yards coming into the ball game.
I tell you what, just what the doctor ordered. Great job up front. Really like how Heyman, again, put his foot in the ground, gets north and south, and again puts Michigan City in great field position.
I like the vision there as he's running upfield. I mean, he's looking for lane, seeing where he can and can't make the cut. Farron is going to get 3 out of that.
McFerrin with the carry.
And, just keep the sticks moving. Keep moving forward. Get 3, get 4. Take what the defense is giving you.
My thing right now, Phil Mason, don't get bored. Okay, what you're doing is working here. And, again, you've got to establish that offensive line. It's been great all game. Keep wearing them out.
Freshening things up, they put Matt Brown in at defensive end. He came off the corner to make that tackle. Heyman has to redirect. He wanted to throw the football, but there was nothing there, and so he worked up the left side, and Jones is able to knock him down after a gain of a couple. So it's going to bring up 3rd down and 5, and I think it's a must conversion for Michigan City.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, on the 43-yard line, you're probably in 4-down territory, which is a little scary because if you don't get it on these next 2 downs, you've given the ball back to New Palestine in great field position.
Heyman with McFerrin to his right. Looks like he's going to run behind him. They're going to try to get him to the corner, but we just mentioned him, a set of fresh legs into the ball game at defensive end. Matt Brown at 6'4", 200 and a sophomore. How about the future coming for New Pal?
Look at Matt Brown come down the line of scrimmage, exactly what you're taught to be able to do. Love how he plays. I love the defensive line in general on how they run down the line of scrimmage.
Jared Brinkman, the guard, just flat missed him.
Yes.
I mean, he just came across the line of scrimmage, was able to pursue the play without anybody putting the helmet on him. So it's a 4th down and 3 now and a long look over.
I'm not sure Michigan City Mark is going to get the playoff.
I don't think there's any way they can get it off at this point.
Yep, timeout.
Yep. We'll see if that looms large moving forward for Phil Mason and company, having to give up a timeout in this early stage of the first half. Better educated coaches produce better athletes. You can help give high school coaches the training they need by contributing to the IHSAA Foundation. Make your tax-free contribution today at ihsaafoundation.org. Well, as we wrap up, high school football, basketball already underway. A lot of teams, boys doing scrimmages this week and this weekend. The girls have already put a few games under their belt. I know that wrestling invitationals all over the state, and I know swimming and diving is underway. Wonder who the favorite is in girls swimming and diving. You want to take any predictions there, Coach Scheib?
There's been a trend over the last 20-plus years. I'm going to go ahead and go with Carmel and put a lot on it.
4th down and 3 for Heyman. Looks to throw here. The pocket collapses. He's trying to get free from pressure, get to the corner. Going to get the first down.
Great job by Heyman. Again, he had a man open downfield, chose to keep the ball. Great job of keeping the play alive. And I tell you what, if we look at this game as we move forward, that play looms large because if you turn the ball over, New Palestine has really been moving on offense.
What Colby Jenkins said, he's all over the football field. And You got to give a fair amount of credit to Demetrius Garrett. He got enough of a hand on him to allow his quarterback to get the first down. They're being a little stingy now with what they're allowing McFerrin to do. Max and Hook. We don't call his name all the time, but it seems like we call his name whenever there's a big play made.
Well, I tell you what, Maxon runs so well. Watch his angle here again. What I love again about New Palestine, great defenders. When they touch you, they tackle you. You don't see a lot of broken tackles here. When New Palestine puts your hands on you, you normally go to the ground.
That secondary is thinking run first.
Absolutely.
Defensively for New Pal, and we're finding the real estate a little tougher to get now. After the loss of one, throws it, and it is picked off. And who did we say comes up with plays, but he needs to come up with them? Maxon Hook. Still on his feet, down inside the 40 to the 37. I'm not saying a backbreaker, but that is a big blow for the fortunes of Michigan City.
Well, I tell you what, looked like the ball might have been chipped a little bit by Heyman, but Maxon Hook is in the right place at the right time. Looked like it was tipped again. Second interception by Maxon Hook. Again, what I love, again, go to the sideline, get upfield, make something out of this. Again, great Johnny on the spot again.
They just have so many people they can throw at you on both sides of the football. I mean, there's just someone always steps up and makes a play, and it's just they're impressive to watch for sure. I mean, there were a lot of people last night who were under the impression that this one would be a tight one, and I think we thought it would be too. And that's no respect to New Pal.
No, absolutely. And again, both teams, when you get to this point, felt like schedules were good. Felt like Michigan City had the athletes in front to cause New Palestine trouble, and early on they did. But again, New Palestine kept their poise, and they just do what they do.
Well, the defensive staff have made some outstanding adjustments in dealing with Michigan City's offense for sure. Niley, not much doing there. Neely gets Wozniak is the guy that drops him, outside linebacker.
Well, again, but it's 4 yards. And again, it's what New Palestine does. Again,
Right.
They move the chains here. They're fine with 3 and 4 yards of carry because eventually it's going to create a big play.
Spiegel gets 2, maybe 3 more. Stop him short of the 25.
Tackled by Nathaniel Ware.
You hear Ware on the stop.
Third down, New Palestine.
I want to thank Andrew Smith, the outstanding sports information director here at New Pal, for all of his assistance and game notes and media guides and everything. The voice of the Indy Fuel in his first season of that job after being their longtime PA announcer. One of the nice guys you'll meet in sports media for sure. And teaches a full load here, I might add, with all of the other things that he does.
I tell you what, Andrew does it the right way. That's a neat thing about our job is we run across people that just do it for the right reasons. They're great for kids. They're great for communities, and Andrew is definitely one of those guys.
And I would imagine that, speaking of guys that do things the right way, the IHSAA Sports Information Director is probably holed up in his office as we speak, waiting to see how these games finish up so he can get that impressive stat packet together that he has ready to go on Monday at the meeting for all the coaches.
Now, Jason,
talking about Jason Willie, of
yeah,
course.
he does an amazing job, doesn't he?
Penalty flag is down, but a really good defensive stop. We'll see. That's got to be a hold, but a great job defensively by Nathaniel Ware stepping up to make that stop. New Pal walking back.
I think Phil's going to probably say decline and take it 4th down and make it 4th and 10.
And that's what he does. That's right. That's going to make it a 4th down at about 10. So
Declined by Michigan City. Brings up 4th down for New Palestine.
Let's face it, Coach, a stop here, huge for them, but simply put, if you get that stop here, you got to get points on the board at some point. You're not going to hold them at bay forever.
Yeah, the first thing you've got to do, though, is make a stop if you're Michigan City.
Neely, looking left, has 3 receivers in the route, and what a great throw and catch to Colby Jenkins. Not going to get to the end zone. They're going to mark him out at about the 1-yard line.
Great play design. Outside receiver runs off. Middle wide receiver is Jenkins, kind of bends to the sideline, runs away from the coverage here. Watch this here. Nobody there.
At the 1-yard
Great job of crossing number 2 and number 3 wide receiver and kind of rub the defenders off.
On 1st and short, they give the ball to Charlie Spiegel. Then he carries about 4 would-be tacklers with him to just shy of the goal line.
Charlie Spiegel with the carry.
That's a great play design. In fact, take a look at that. The receivers on the outside and the inside running everybody off. Spiegel gets stopped shy of the goal line.
With the carry met by Marquand Hurt.
And Hurt steps up from his linebacker position. I don't think anybody laid a helmet on him. They might have lost about a length of the football. And New Pal is set to go just that quick. They just don't give the defense a chance to breathe. 3rd down and goal. Neely, is he going to get in? I don't know. Waiting for the indication from the official. I don't know that they're going to give him the touchdown. The ball is just shy of the goal line. So a bit of a goal line stand here.
Inside the 1-yard line.
So here we go, 4th and goal.
Look for Charlie Spiegel here. This is going to be.
I don't know why you go anywhere else.
I would
quite
agree.
frankly.
Again, offensive line score with your man. Huge down here.
Neely, Spiegel, and they got penetration and they denied New Pal. How about that? Marquand Hurt with the tackle. Watch this. Who wins the battle up front?
Again, penetration, great job. Again, linebacker knives under, fantastic job by the defenders and the defense of Michigan City.
Marquand Hurt is the one that blew that up, and a little bit of life gets pumped into Michigan City across the way off the goal line stand.
Well, we talked about 28-10 is hard to overcome if you're Michigan City. 35-10 would have been impossible with the way that New Palestine's playing. But again, there is life here. Now, if Michigan City, you've got to find a way to get a couple first downs so you can open up the playbook again.
From the end zone, Heyman gives it off to McFerrin and finds a little room around the corner. Not much, +2 maybe. Nose of the football just shy of the 3.
That was a little scary because McFerrin is running east and west. He's in the end zone for a long time, Mark.
Yes, he
and again,
is.
just get out, give yourself a little breathing room.
Alex Brown, again, since they inserted him into the ball game at
changed
strong
everything,
side
hasn't it?
defensive end.
It really has.
He's just really quick and he's long, and I think they're having a hard time getting a helmet on him. They missed him there. He went to the outside, and if he would have stayed right there and engaged that blocker, he possibly could have stopped that play at the goal line. So he guessed wrong, and that allows Michigan City to get +3.
I'll tell you what, the front, and again, just the way that New Palestine, the adjustment that Kyle Ralph has made defensively, really since that first quarter has been impressive.
A big conversion for the Michigan City Wolves here, especially in terms of flipping the field position. Heyman to his running back, and nothing doing.
Guess who?
Yeah, boy, he has had a half defensively.
Guess who?
He has had a half defensively.
You know, again, his athleticism, and what I like here again, he feels the pullers, gets in their hip and just runs down the back before there's nothing can get going. Fantastic job.
That's about his 3rd or 4th tackle from the backside, and I think, you know, regardless of what happens here, Michigan City looks at this film, I think they're going to be unhappy with some of their backside blocking away from the play.
Well, I tell you what, because Matt Brown's been so athletic, he just hadn't allowed the backside to come back and reach him or cut him off.
Punt's going to get on the ground, and it's going to result in pretty good field position for New Pal. And that's probably going to extend the quarter to the end. Up, they stop it with 0.2 of a second left, and the ball spotted at the 48-yard line.
Well, you did a fantastic job of keeping New Palestine out of the end zone. That was step one. Step two was you need to make some first downs and do something to try to establish your running game again. But credit New Palestine, they came up with a big stand.
0.2 of a second left. Time for one more play here. Neely. A check over. Play adjustment. There's the snap. The horn sounds. Little route underneath results in some success. Austin, the recipient of it, going to gain about 8, and we're going to go to the 4th quarter with New Pal trying to punch their ticket. Lucas Oil Stadium. We'll see what Michigan City has to say about that when we come back. Fourth quarter action in the semi-state on the IHSAA Champions Network. It's presented by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. UIndy moves along in the postseason, we hear. They get a win today.
Coach Bart just does it the right way. I will tell you what, the coaches, the college coaches that we have in our state are great for kids. They're great role models. They're program builders, and the success that we've seen from the NAIA, Division II, Division III, all the way up to the Division I guys, they just do a fantastic job of representing our state.
Starting now, quarter number 4, 28-10 the advantage for New Pal. Neely, Spiegel having a chat. Neely's going to keep it. Gain enough for the first down, we think.
Tackle by Marquand Hurt.
Here, Hurt it on the stop, and it is good enough for a first down.
Again, just watch the simplicity. Again, you're just reading the defensive lineman here. And again, great job by Neely of just getting enough for the first down. The clock now is against Michigan City. If you're Kyle Ralph, he understands that. Look for them to slow down, use as much clock as possible.
Neely throws it out the flat to Jenkins. Jenkins, plenty of running room, and that secondary is playing awful soft out there, and that's about the third time they've had success with that particular play.
Well, nice little run pass option here, a little bubble. I like it again, but what Kyle Ralph is doing is they're not slowing down. They're just doing a lot of check with Mees at the line of scrimmage, which lets the clock run. It keeps your offense in a rhythm, but now you're just kind of letting your play calling go by what the defense gives you.
Cade Large with a nice block out there on the edge to result in a gain of 9 on that play. Neely, running room, finds a little seam to the 20. I think we know. If you don't know, haven't been watching. Bottom line is this, that they are in full control of this football game right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, physically, they've done a great job up front of matching the physicality of Michigan City, and they just kind of wore them down. That was one thing, talking to the staff before the game. That was their goal. They hope to be able to pace and other things just of what they do. They hope to wear down that front, and this defense has been on the field for a lot of snaps.
Yep, they made adjustments, New Pal
absolutely,
did, and
yes,
resulted in success. And so far, Michigan City not had an answer for the adjustments on either side of the football. You know, for the longest time, we've been on the fact that Spiegel didn't touch the football.
Yeah.
They came out throwing, and you thought, well, hey, if you're Phil Mason, you got to be happy about that. And then all of a sudden, they decided to go back to that ground game, and it's not been the same since.
Well, I'll tell you what, they've done a nice job, made the tweaks up front. That's where the game plan changed, is Kyle Ralph. And again, why did they beat Center Grove up front? Why are they winning this game? They made the adjustments up front, and because of that, they've really been able to control the tempo and the pace of this game.
They're using almost all of the play clock on every snap. You can see him. He's looking right at that play clock, and he's getting the thing off just before it expires. And Robert Jefferson steps up and makes the tackle, but I think he got a hand on the face mask in the process.
Actually, I thought it was face mask, but I think it might have been a hold. And again, when Michigan City has guessed right, Mark, they've made plays, but again, the defense now and the kids are guessing, and because of that, the New Palestine skill kids, in particular Neely and Spiegel, have done a nice job of making cuts off of that.
Correction, as we said, it was not a face mask. It was indeed a hold, so mark it off 10 from it looks like the line of scrimmage, which helps Michigan City's cause for now, and it backs it up to the 30-yard line, setting up a second down and 20. Neely Has some room up the seam, double covered.
Pass incomplete, intended for Cade Large.
Large was the intended target. Help underneath and help over the top.
I'll tell you what, real impressed, because at this point, if you're Michigan City, you haven't stopped the run. Impressed that the soundness and discipline of the back end of their defense, where there were two guys, as you talked about, in coverage, which, again, I've just been impressed just because of their playing so sound.
3rd down and 20 off the holding penalty for New Pal. Spiegel gets shifted from right to left with trips to the top of the screen. Neely, pressure, steps away from it as a man opened in the end zone, and he overthrew his intended target. Blake Austin had a step over the top. It's 6'1", 166, a sophomore. We mentioned he only had 5 catches coming into play for just a little under 100 yards.
I'll tell you what, Blake Austin's dad, Gino Austin, is a good friend of mine from Franklin Township, and Austin just a sophomore. His dad was a phenomenal player for the Flashes, and it looks like the Austin is following in his father's footsteps here, from what I've been told. Great athlete, just a specimen of a speed type of wide receiver.
4th down, 20. Neely airing it out. Has a receiver up the seam and overthrew his intended target again. The guy that he goes to on a more frequent basis is Colby Jenkins. So, pretty good defensive stand, aided by a rare penalty against New Pal. That holding penalty changed everything about that drive.
Well, the biggest thing there, too, when you do that, now you can't run your normal offense. Now you're forced to throw it. And what helped Michigan City was incomplete passes, clock stops. At this point, that's their opponent as much as New Palestine is right now.
28-10. Under 9 to play. Time to go if you're Michigan City. And go they do. Looks like they're going to be plus 10 on the reception to Tyler Sigmund. He's been pretty active defensively, but they've looked for him a couple of times. They've targeted him a few times and not been able to come up with a football. Nice run by the quarterback, Heyman. Going to get him about plus 7 or 8 across the 45.
What I love what happened there, Michigan City came up short on the 1st down, so you run a quarterback draw to stop the clock, reset yourself, and then come back again.
Looked like he had gotten the 1st down yardage, but no, they spotted him just shy. McFerrin has found the real estate a little tougher than it was early in the football game.
Well, I tell you what I like what New Palestine's done is they're making McFerrin work for every yard he's gotten.
Plus 2 for McFerrin on 2nd down and 8. They send him in the route. A pretty good route run by Tyler Sigmund, and he's starting to get on track now inside the 40 to the 39. And you talk about pace, look at Michigan City pick up the pace a little bit.
And again, the nice thing, Phil Mason, they've got the ability to be able to do this. Obviously now they've got to go fast and throw the ball.
3 receivers to the high side. Pressure put on the quarterback, Heyman, and Heyman's going to be wrapped up and dropped. Looks like he's going to lose about 4, maybe 5.
Nowhere to go. Great job on the back end of New Palestine. Their secondary just covered everybody up. Great job. Nowhere to go. And then the defensive line for New Palestine was patient, stayed in their lanes. Nowhere for Heyman to go.
Loss of 4, 2nd and 14. Heyman unloads it, looks underneath, and missed the receiver that was open on the slant route.
I tell you what, Maxon Hook just leveled Heyman. Great job of bringing outside linebacker from the backside by New Palestine. And again, Heyman never saw him, and Maxon Hook, as we talked about, every time there seems to be a play, Hook is making that play. I tell you what, love the way that the junior plays.
Now you look at the holding penalty, what it did to the New Pal drive. How about the loss of 4 moments ago is doing to this drive for Michigan City? They face a 3rd and 14, but I think Phil Mason, given the circumstances, is in 4-down territory. Nowhere to go with the football. He's going to take off, run it now. Going to get some positive yardage across the 35. They should spot that at about the 34-yard line. We'll see if they do. That is the case. And brings up a more manageable 4th down and 5 for them. They're not going to waste a lot of time. They've already got the play called, and they're lined up now. But credit New Pal. They didn't waste a lot of time defensively either. They are already set. On 4th down and 5 for Michigan City. Looking, throw it. Great throw and catch, and it all depends on the spot. It looks like they are going to give first down yardage to Wilhelm.
Nice job again of knowing where the sticks were, knowing what he had to get to there. Nice job of play design by the Wolves.
Ideally, you want to go yard past it at least, in case it's underthrown. That way you come back to it, they'll get your first down. He's going to find some running room now. He stepped up through pressure, and I think he was still looking to throw, and he saw the C's kind of part, if you will, and was able to squeeze 4 or 5 out of that.
Again, if you're New Palestine, you're fine. Let them go 4 and 5 yards at a time. Let that clock run, and again, just come up and be sound tacklers.
And remember, earlier this half, Michigan City had to burn a timeout. We'll see if that looms large. Pecked off. Bounced around like a pinball. Pretty good throw, and it ended up into the hands of the New Pal Dragons.
Brody Luker on the interception. Great job again. Deflection again, and again, nice job by Brody Luker of being there. Johnny on the spot. It was tipped by Colby Jenkins, and Luker intercepted it.
Colby Jenkins there defensively. He's the one that started all of that.
Yep. I tell you what, Mark, I've just been impressed with the defensive backs of New Palestine. The windows to throw the ball are so tight and so close. And again, they've done a fantastic job of just understanding where the ball was going to be played at.
So, New Pal with the football back in command now, 6-minute mark.
Zach Neely with the carry.
Neely keeps it. They're burning clock now.
Yeah, they at this point with the 40-second clock the way it is, or 30. There's nothing that Michigan City's going to do. You talked about it earlier, Mark. They burn a timeout. So when do you call timeout? You would do it probably after this down, going into 3rd down.
And you look across the way, and some of the Michigan City faithful decided to get an early start home.
Well, it's been a great year, and if the game ends up the way it is here, no sorrow for not being able to be at Summit State again.
Look at Neely. He's got one man to shake. Runs it all the way out to the 50-yard line. How about it?
Yeah. They're not going to be denied, are they, Mark?
No, gosh, 115 carries, almost 1,000 yards rushing on the season. He's 77 of 117, 1,300 yards, 12 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 17-yard average per completion. I mean, that's the thing. You got to pick your poison with him. You're not going to take everything away from him. I mean, he's effective as a runner,
yep,
a passer. I mean, you're just not going to take everything away from him.
Well, he's gotten time in lanes because of the offensive line. They've done a nice job this second half.
Well, they have made some incredible adjustments, and one of them is getting the football to Charlie Spiegel, and I believe he's going to put one more on the board. 10-5 touchdown, Charlie Spiegel. How about a guy, 3,000 yards total on the season, an exclamation point on this quest to get back to a state championship for New Pal.
Well, I tell you what, great job again up front. Big spaces or big splits by the New Pal offensive line. They've done a nice job of putting a hat on a hat. Spiegel gets through that first level, and then again he just races and outruns Michigan City for another touchdown.
I say something about them playing it conservatively here with about 6 minutes to go.
They do what they do, and I think that's the thing right now that New Palestine and Kyle Ralph does is they just wear you out, and they've done that tonight.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, you're talking about a team in Michigan City. They averaged 45 points a ball game this season, and they've been held to 10. And through 3 quarters, more or less.
And I tell you what, and really, that first quarter, they control most of it. And I give the no panic for New Palestine and Kyle Ralph, and this kids just made a few adjustments. They started doing what they've done all year. Credit to the Dragons. Fantastic job. And again, they're going to keep doing what they're doing, and they've done it with a great job of giving the ball to Spiegel. Neely has been fantastic. But really the adjustment, Mark, has been what New Palestine's done defensively after that first quarter.
Things in your life change. Your insurance should too. Luckily, an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent can help you see if you're covered for life's constant changes. Find a local agent at INFarmBureau.com. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Stop Knocking on Wood, one of the proud corporate sponsors of high school athletics in the IHSAA.
Well, it's been a well-played game. It's been a lot of fun to be able to watch both these teams. But, again, New Palestine, the score's not going to show it. But, Mark, they got tested. It was a good game.
So 30-14, Evansville Central beats Marion. They'll take on Fort Wayne Bishop. Wenger, a couple of big hits on the return to the 40. So we've got Carmel and Valpo, Carmel and Warren Central, we should say. Then Decatur Central looks like it's going to be New Pal. Then we'll have Fort Wayne Bishop Dwenger against Evansville Central. Looks like West Lafayette and Evansville Memorial in 3A. 2A it'll be Eastbrook against Webo, and then 1A it'll be Pioneer against North Vermilion. And as we mentioned, Friday, even numbers up first at 12:05, 2, 4, and 6A, and then Saturday at 12:05 we'll have 1, 3, and 5A.
Congratulations to two teams from the Evansville area. I think that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Both Memorial and Central have had really resurgence in their programs, and to get both of them back there should be a fantastic Thanksgiving weekend for those folks down at Evansville.
A really good defense by Riker Large.
With the coverage for the Dragons.
And Justin Pelly, son of legendary longtime Speedway and Mooresville coach Denny Pelly, taking Webo there. Denny's on that staff, by the way, at Western Boone. When he's not at Dawson's on Main and Speedway, that is. Almost picked off. And then, of course, Kyle Enright. What a great story that is. Taking over for Justin Dixon. Justin, a very young guy when he got hired as athletic director at Decatur Central. And I think there are, 10, 11 Decatur Central grads on the staff at D.C., and it's the first time, that school for so many years lined up against Ron Conley and Cathedral in the sectional in the postseason, against some of Dick Dullahan's really good teams at Ben Davis, and you could almost hear the collective sigh of relief when they were able to get past Columbus East last night.
Well, I tell you what, we're setting up for a fantastic weekend of football with a lot of newcomers and a lot of people that have been there and done that, so it's a nice mix. And again, I love the setup in our state here by the IHSA where everybody makes the playoffs. You have a chance, but it's kind of neat to see the cream rise to the top. And again, credit here, New Palestine and Kyle Ralph, again, got beat last year by Zionsville and responds to this year to make it back with just a great group and great nucleus of kids.
You won it twice as a player. I went there as an assistant coach and finished runner-up. But we've been a part of the broadcast crew for a number of years now, and no matter what role you play, it's an exciting time for sure.
Well, it's just a great weekend for your fan base, for your community, something that's life-changing. You don't forget about it. I do not. I can tell you every moment of our state finals. I can tell you everything that went on from the time our bus got hit by a police car going there to the game, which was unique, all the way to beating Hobart for our first state championship. So it's a really neat time for players, coaches, and the community.
We had a few guys tell us, in fact, as a matter of fact, they found somewhere on YouTube, they found the old black and whites of your playing days.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Kirk Kennedy and Lowell was looking at last night, but they were on YouTube, and the Don Howell
teams of Hobart. They probably just typed in legendary wide receiver, and that's what came out.
I tell you what, but playing against Don Howell and Hobart was a fantastic time for us in Valpo the following year, and playing for Jerry Stauffer, who was one of the greatest coaches that we've had in our state, and again, it was certainly life-changing.
So New Pal gets the football back. Speaking of Jerry Stauffer, did I see that he's going to be one of the folks that's charged with seeing what they want to do about football moving forward at Earlham? It's sad to see that they've shelved that program, but maybe a total reboot is what they need there. And he's a proud graduate of that college, and boy, it's an 8C team, and a lot of kids have gone through there over the years, and we hope they get their football fortunes going in the right direction at Earlham.
Well, I'm glad they're talking to Coach Stauffer, because again, he has great insight and wisdom, and I think if anybody can get the program going in the right direction, his feedback will definitely be paramount.
And Neely's going to keep it and going to pick up about 4, maybe 5. It's across the 21-yard line.
Neely with the carry, tackled by Chase Triplett.
The job that Phil Mason has done, though, at Michigan City. I mean, don't feel like that they've got to hang their heads. I mean, they're going to finish the season 10-3, but as we talked about, back-to-back semi-states for a program that has had their share of success in the past couple of years since he's gotten there.
Well, I tell you what, they're happy. Phil's happy. It was just great to talk to him before the game and how he talks about his family. Just the gleam in his eye, just to be able to understand, to have his family there experiencing all of this, loves his staff, cares so much about his players.
Look who broke free. Look who's still on his feet. Spiegel, 50, 45, a penalty marker down. Gosh, it's just, as you mentioned, I mean, how many hours do you think that kid's put in the weight room? And just a junior. That's frightening.
Just look at the lower body. And I'm not saying his upper body. His upper body looks like a Greek god. But his lower body, again, if you're a coach and you're a fan of football, you understand what I'm talking about. Kyle Ralph, the strength coach. The one neat thing that we talked about earlier, Kyle Ralph and the influence he's had about throughout the entire program here at New Palestine, boys and girls, how he trains them in the weight room. His ability to connect to this community has been incredible.
A total buy-in by everybody in the program, that's for darn sure.
Absolutely.
But back to what we were talking about with Phil Mason in Michigan City, that they were 7-4 in 2016, 9-4 in 2017. Now, 6 straight losing seasons before he arrived. 9 out of 10 prior to that were losing seasons before he arrived.
Well, you're starting to change a culture when you can go back to back to back. Every coach I've ever talked to, from Dick Dullahan to Jim Belden, their comment was it takes 3 consecutive seasons of winning to change a culture, and that's exactly what he's done.
New Palace, we mentioned their history. Guys like Tim Abel and Doug Armstrong and Marvin Scheffler have all been on the sidelines here. Sectional titles for them at 87, 89, and 90, then 04, 05, and 09, and then 13, 14, 15, and this season. Regionals at 87 and 90, and regional championships at 13, 14, 15, and 18. Semi-state in 90, 2014 and 15, and you remember that 2014 team. So impressive on their route en route to a 4A title.
Well, I'll tell you what, the one thing you talked about timing, and Kyle Ralph has just taken this program, who had great coaches and nice success, to new heights and new levels. Again, anytime in just a very short time, 72-4, soon to be 73-4 in 6 years.
Spiegel drafts a couple of would-be tacklers down inside the 35 to the 33-yard line. I will say, though, this is a point in the ball game where people start to become a little concerned about Kyle Ralph, because you got 2 minutes left, the thing's well in hand, and you've got a state championship to play for next week. Some guys might think, well, we're going to start emptying the bench a little bit, but this is the way Kyle Ralph coaches this football team, and he does it this way each and every year.
He wants his teams to complete games. He wants his players to finish games, and his mindset is, it's your job to stop me, not my job to sub out.
That's
and you
right.
know what? He's right.
That's right.
That's a great philosophy, and it works for Kyle Ralph.
And he told me, when we talked about it a couple of years ago, I said, how do you answer, the charge that's levied against you about you running it up? He says, look, I've been on the other side of that in my coaching career, and he said, if I'm ever on the other side of it, I'm gonna handle it as graciously and as gracefully as I possibly can. I mean, it's part of it. He said, we'll play the way we play, and we're going to play hard.
Well, again, it's these Michigan City defenders need to keep playing, because New Palestine's not stopping. It's what they do, and it's just one of those things, again, that you have to understand that their mentality is, we're here to play 4 quarters.
And they don't go in the bag of tricks either.
Absolutely.
I mean, they're not doing anything out of the ordinary. They're doing what they do, and it's just up to you to stop it, as you mentioned. Spiegel stumbles forward. A couple more. Might have to run one more play.
Again, to Kyle Ralph and his kids, they've worked awfully hard. A lot of success, but a lot of dedication year-round now with what goes on with weight training and the conditioning, and it's one of those things. Again, congratulations.
Well, win, lose, or draw next weekend, you can bet that on Monday there'll be people in the weight room.
Oh, absolutely.
Already planning for next season.
Absolutely.
And that's what he's always said about these kids here. Victory formation for Kyle Ralph and New Pal. Well, Michigan City came to town thinking they had a little something. New Pal had a little something more. Your final 35-10, but make no mistake about it, Phil Mason's got things going in the right direction in Michigan City. Back-to-back semi-state appearances, and that is one whale of a football coach. And the people in Michigan City awfully fortunate to have him guiding their fortunes.
Well, 35-10 is not indicative of how this game was played. It was a much closer game. But again, the thing that I'm impressed with, again, Phil Mason, back-to-back semi-states, that's really hard to accomplish. Congratulations. Great job by Kyle Ralph and his crew getting back to a state championship again. Excited about that. We'll have a packed house at Lucas Oil next weekend. It should be a fun time for all that's there.
So again, to remind you, it'll be Carmel against Warren Central for the 6A title. In 5A, it'll be New Pal against Decatur Central. In 4A, Evansville Central will take on Fort Wayne Bishop Dwenger. In 3A, it's West Lafayette and Evansville Memorial. In 2A, it'll be Eastbrook against Western Boone. And the 1A title will feature Pioneer versus North Vermilion. Friday's games at 12:05, the 2A title game, then followed by the 4A, the 6A, then on Saturday, the 1A, 3A, and 5A. We'll all be together Monday at Lucas Oil Stadium to meet with the coaches, get all the information, and start getting you ready for game day. What an incredible ride it's been throughout the regular season and also the postseason, but now it is for real for a state championship the next time we gather with you. For Lance Scheib, this is Mark James. Congratulations to New Pal. The final score, 35-10 in this semi-state matchup. For New Pal High School, so long, everybody.